Pippa Chabalala and welcome to day 2 of Glitched Live, straight from the floor of rAge at the Dome in Johannesburg. If you're joining us on YouTube, we are broadcasting live from the rAge Expo 2018. We are now on day 2 of South Africa's biggest gaming expo. We had an awesome time yesterday with some wonderful guests. We spoke to Assassin's Creed Odyssey writer Daniel Bingham, as well as discussed the Sunday Times Comic-Con debacle, played some Super Mario Party, checked out Starlink, but you don't just have to take my word for it. Take a look at a whole lot of stuff we got up to yesterday.
Silent nights recalling you, a souvenir of what it could be. Pieces of my mind are yours. I forgot the parts I'm missing.
Alright guys, Sam Plays here. You know me, tall guy with the afro. I'm here working for Glitched. We're going to be asking people on the floor what they think about rAge with quick fire questions, so let's check that out. Cool. I'm here with
Kondi.
Yeah. Kondi, you're here at the Black Ops 4 stage. You're waiting in line. How are you feeling, dude?
I'm ready to get disappointed because, you know, I'm going to go out like first round, you know? Yeah.
Sam Plays here. I'm here at the Division 2 stand to my left where people get to actually play and get their hands on some Division 2 gameplay. Really awesome stuff. The game hasn't released yet, so I want to get people's opinions as to what they're expecting when the game drops. So let's get into it. Cool. So I'm here with
Christian Bianca.
Christian and Niku. And you guys are here for the Division 2. What are you guys thinking so far? What are you guys expecting going inside here?
Well, I haven't played the Division 1 really yet, so I'm hoping for a new experience. I'll see how it goes.
All right, cool. So I'm here with
Daniel Vincent.
Daniel, you're here at the Division 2 stand. Have you gotten your hands on the beta yet?
No, but I'm dying to.
Now we are okay.
Punisher and Defender from Siege here to tell you all about the great experience you'll have at rAge. There's awesome stands to go see, demos, expos, everything you can come and see. You're going to get great tech for great prices, and it's a heck of a fun place to meet some people with similar interests.
So if you are at rAge, streaming live from rAge at the Dome in Joburg. Now, we are going to be talking about upcoming game Starlink and taking a look at some of the toys.
So one of the games Table Realms has to offer is Extreme Upstream. My boy Jairus here got to try it out. Jairus, tell me, how did it work? How does it feel?
So we just played Upstream over here, where you play as with other people, and it's more of a team building thing where you constantly just swipe. It does get annoying if your teammate doesn't work with you, but otherwise it's really fun to play with other people.
Any other games that you guys are keen on seeing? So we've mentioned Black Ops, we mentioned Assassin's Creed. Spider-Man was, of course, on show at Comic-Con as well, and it has launched already.
Yep.
But I think it's nice for people to, who maybe haven't had a chance to play or still kind of a little bit on the fence, get a chance to try it out before they go that route. So if you are at rAge, pop past and say hi. If you're watching us at home, drop us a tweet at Glitched Africa and tell us what you're sad that you're missing out on. Now on stage with me are Marco Cocomelo, editor of Glitch, and Liz Allen from Geek XP. So guys, let's just take a quick, I mean, we've seen the video, but let's take a quick recap of yesterday. What do you think of rAge so far? I'm
I think
gonna
it's cool. I
start with
think, I
Marco.
mean, it's everything rAge normally is. There's like a whole bunch of games and exciting people and like lots of cosplay. And I feel like people just come here to like spend way too much money on PC hardware. Because like yesterday,
you were basically referring to yourself. Yeah, that's it.
I haven't bought anything yet, so that's good.
Very
but like as
much
soon as the
you.
I
doors,
think you mispronounced.
Marco has a problem. I'm just going to say
bad.
Marco has a problem.
I think I've spent like 30 Rand and I've bought water. That's the money I've spent at rAge, so I'm doing really well. I mean, as soon as the doors opened yesterday, like people just ran to like the Eve Tech stand and the Computer Mania stand and just like wanted to spend money. That's why people come to rAge first thing. They want to get that hardware as soon as everything
there are
gets
generally
there.
a lot of rAge specials. So I mean, that is one of people save up all year.
It is. I
Come
mean,
and buy like
a lot of
stuff
people
that's on
come
special
here and buy the entire PC, and they go home and they build it. That's all they come and do at rAge.
Yeah.
So I mean that. You'll never get that excited will never leave. So I mean that's my favorite part about rAge day one is that just seeing people like spending money and like knowing that is going to be like their home gaming PC and stuff is pretty cool.
It's always an interesting thing when you look at social media that the number one question that comes up about rAge is what are the specials? What am I missing out on? How can I get somebody to buy me that thing? It's of everything that rAge is. That's the number one question people ask. What can I spend my money on? What are the cool things? BT Games have got an entire wall of pre-order specials that are amazing.
But I mean, that makes sense. You know, I remember sort of kind of traditionally over the years, it's been one of those that sometimes you could pick up your gaming console for sometimes up to 1,000 Rand cheaper because people are running very specific specials on, and whether it is they've only got like very limited stock generally, so it's not every Xbox or PlayStation or whatever.
And the collector's editions as well. I mean,
Exactly.
if you're like a collector of like statues and stuff, the rAge is where you go crazy. And BT Games has got the Cassandra and Alexios Assassin's Creed statues. They're really awesome. I don't want to buy them, but I'll probably buy Cassandra by the end of tomorrow. And then they've got like the Assassin's Creed bus, like all that cool stuff. So if you're like a collector, if you like cool swag, then you just this is where you come and buy it, I suppose.
The couple of main takeaways. The first one, and we'll share these around. The first one, the Fortnite stand is a hit. Friday's typically not the busiest day because it's a Friday, even if it is school holidays.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of people are at work, so even if it is school holidays, there are parents who can't get away from work to bring their kids here, so it's not...
Absolutely. But that Fortnite area was packed all day.
Yeah.
People walking away going, was that you who shot me? I was standing by the escalator watching a son berate his father. Brian Murdoch got berated by his young son. We landed, you turn around, you shot me. I was out of the car within 2 seconds and you didn't even know. And those are the great stories where friends just get together, play, somebody shot somebody else. The Fortnite stand has really, really worked.
Yeah. It has. It's worked really well. I mean, it's nice to see because I think it's also Fortnite is one of those games. So I don't play Fortnite. Part of the reason I don't is because I realize that too much of my time would be taken up playing Fortnite, and I have other things to do. So, but it is one of those that I think what's quite nice is that you can play on so many different platforms, and it is kind of that like drop in, drop out vibe.
It's a very community-driven game as well.
Yes,
so
very,
I mean, that sort of thing that you mentioned now is just because like it's so much fun to play with friends, and it just creates like this cool like community feel. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't like shooting their friends? I mean, you can't do it in real life, so you might as well do it in the game.
Oh wow!
Because some of them get annoying. Yeah, some friends get annoying at times. One from an industry's perspective, it's great seeing the people that have been trying to make a go of things. People like Shani Zede, Tech Girl, Sam Wright, Sam Plays that helped us out yesterday. It's great seeing these people now starting to become recognized industry professionals. The Bravado stand had some amazing discussions on how do you get into the community, what's the perception of a gamer in the community, and they had these up-and-coming industry professionals that have had to craft their own niche.
Well, you know, the thing about Bravado in general, actually, is that Bravado, I mean, I know the guys quite well, and Bravado does not just think of themselves as an esports team. Bravado thinks of themselves as a brand, and as a global brand. And I think that attitude really has contributed to their success in general. They do very well with that
as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
but they don't just look at, okay, well, you know, we compete and we're like good players, so we do well. I mean, they've been doing well, firstly, on a global stage. Since they moved to the States, they've been
and for
really,
a long time as well.
But exactly, but they've been competing at that global level.
Yeah.
But the thing is that they look at themselves as an overall brand. They don't just want to be an esports team. They want to be the brand of Bravado. And
Bravado itself has its own designated space here on the floor. So they've invested.
And we're going to be actually speaking to Andreas from Bravado tomorrow.
Yes.
But I mean, like if you look at their Project Destiny, their clothing range, I mean, they have an entire
presence. It's a whole industry
exactly.
presence.
It's like a whole industry resonance. Everyone, if you know esports, everyone is like, oh, Bravado, because they've worked hard to establish that name as a brand. Not.
I mean, on that as well. I mean, if you look at Shani Zede and Constantine and Sam as well, and like, you know, we've all seen them grow in the industry, and they, you know, what's so cool, and I'm so proud of them. I know them all personally, and it's all been done on hard work. And I saw Shani's got a banner up, and it's her face on like printed on like the side of a stand.
She's sponsored by PDP,
and that sort of thing is so cool to see when you know these people and you've seen them grow, and you know they all offer something so unique to the industry where you know if you like their stuff, it's because they give you something that's cool and trendy and stuff.
And Constantine's sponsored by Turtle Beach.
Yes.
Her face is on a banner just over here.
Exactly.
She's giving away prizes. So the brand ambassadorship, it's great that South African industries are recognizing these.
And the difference also is because they put out quality content. So it's people recognizing that yes, these people are aligned with their brand, but it's also that the content that they put out is of a good quality, and people want to associate with that, which makes complete sense. I mean, and it really
there's nothing better than like when somebody deserves their just due, you know, and they do. They've worked very hard to get where they are.
Sam in particular, like I'm good friends with her, and it's really nice to see how hard she's worked and how that hard work has paid off. Because that is exactly the thing. Like you look at it's not undeserved praise.
No.
Sam works hard and has worked hard to be where she is, and it's really nice to see how the industry has grown around her and like
and rAge
and how she has shaped the
appreciating
industry in
them
a lot
as
of
well.
ways.
You know, the fact that rAge is appreciating them.
Yes.
And they're doing all these cool things at rAge. I mean, you know, we have to join back to like rAge Day 1. That was like my first thing I saw was like these people like having like a presence, and that's so cool for me.
There's one small side note, and I'm going to go straight to camera. Shani, happy birthday for yesterday. Which does go to another point about the level of professionalism of these people. Shani works for herself. She does this full time. She could easily have taken a day off to enjoy her birthday, run around rAge, see her friends. But no, this is her job, this is her business. She's there, she's grafting.
Absolutely.
All the way through to the Apex event last evening. She was there, she was doing what she's supposed to do.
Absolutely.
And putting in the hard yards. Some people think that the lifestyle of a product ambassador or an influencer is an easy thing. You just put up a video, show a box. It's not that. And it's people like Shani, it's people like Sam, Constantine, who were showing regular content, putting the graft in. That's going to get you
I mean, they put the time in, absolutely. So how's everyone feeling about day 2? I mean, this is...
Well, it's really busy. I arrived a bit late, and
it is
I arrived
crazy
at like
today.
You did arrive late.
Traffic.
No, I don't think anybody spotted it, but you arrived late.
But so I arrived at about 9:30, and I couldn't believe the lines outside were insane. And I was just like walking past people, like, guys, don't kill me. I'm walking through you. I'm not cutting the line. I have an insurance. Don't worry about it. But like, there's so many people there, and I'm so happy.
There's a number of facets that typical rAge vibe. A lot of the stands, there's particularly stands that give away swag. There's a stand just by us that's giving away something on the half hour every hour, and the crowds are just there. That's a typical rAge activity.
Although some of the competition requirements are questionable. I saw a whole bunch of guys doing planks yesterday. For stuff. I mean,
planking to win stuff.
You know, one of those, that exercise where you like put your arms like this. I was like, how? What is?
Was it like the longest plank wins a prize?
Yeah, it was like the longest plank. He gets like a lanyard. I was like, guys, it's
just for a lanyard.
Yeah, I was like,
okay. So I think, but I mean, I think that this is again another thing that I think is quite typical of rAge in general is that, you know, sometimes the prizes. I'm like, no one's dissing that, but like. Just because it's free doesn't mean that it's necessarily.
Do you need another
Do you
lanyard?
really need another? I have a lot of lanyards. I have given away lanyards to people who collect lanyards because I have so many that every time you go to an event and you get a lanyard, you're like, oh, cool.
I suppose it's cool memorabilia at the end of the day.
If you do find any of those competitions that require you to sit for long hours,
I'll enter.
just let me know, please.
All right, so we have some exciting things on the cards today. We are talking to Michael James, organizer of rAge, which is up next at 11. Then a bit later on, we've got some Koza, aka Sam Plays, on stage talking all things esports, as well as the Call of Duty Q&A. We also have some comedian Butchfighter. And then lastly, we're going to be revisiting our Sunday Times Comic-Con discussion with a different guest. For those of you who watched yesterday, this is going to be an entirely different discussion. And this one is more focused on media responsibility. So just before we sort of wrap up this last little session,
Sure.
Your thoughts on that, on the Comic-Con discussion, because you weren't part of that discussion, but you're going to be part of today's one with Taylor. I'd just like to kind of get some, having watched it, how do you feel?
As in from yesterday's
As from
discussion.
yesterday's one, yeah.
It's... You can't... geek culture, gaming culture, there are so many facets to geek culture globally. You have cosplay. Cosplay kind of leads on to live-action roleplay. Live-action roleplay leads on to role-playing games like Dungeons & Dragons, which kind of leads into fantasy elements of storytelling, which then becomes anime, manga, cartoons, comic books. All of these... geek culture is just so diverse. There are so many different sections. To kind of paint the entire thing with one brush.
As like weird, sweaty cosplayers, which is essentially what they have done.
Everybody has carpal tunnel. Well, that's only the gamers. No, that's not correct.
My hands get sore when I game, guys.
That's right.
Guys, I work on a computer all day.
Yeah.
I think that like if I worked in an office, actually, I mean, you can get carpal tunnel syndrome from repetitive.
My KD's gone down on
use of a
Destiny
mouse.
2, guys. My hands just aren't working.
So like another thing is that, I mean, okay, you guys, so I don't know if you know this, but like often when women are pregnant, because they like their sort of arm, wrists swell and things like that, carpal tunnel syndrome is often something you get when you're pregnant as well. So I'm like, I don't see what any of that has to do with geeks.
To kind of give it like one paint-all brush does a disservice to geek culture anyway, because a lot of the people that go into geek culture tend to might feel maybe a bit marginalized from not communities not overly represented. So to have then those groups, which are inclusive, there's nothing more than a geek wants to do than tell you about the thing they love, so perhaps you could love the thing too, and then they have a friend to share it with. To then rather paint everything one style, one way, it's short-sighted.
Absolutely.
It's short-sighted. It's no way it can be accurate, and you shouldn't expect to try and effectively sum up an entire worldwide culture in 2,000 words.
Yeah,
it doesn't work.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to be talking about that a bit more in depth later. While we go and get our guests lined up, we're going to take a short break. If you are a newcomer to the Glitched universe, welcome. We're glad to have you join us. If you are a returning fan, likewise, thank you for the continued support. To everyone watching, stick around. We will be back shortly. welcome to Glitch. I'm Pippa Chabalala. If you're just joining us, we are streaming live from the rAge Expo at the Dome in Johannesburg. Now with me on stage is Michael James, organizer of rAge. Michael, thank you so much for joining us.
That's a pleasure.
So rAge is now in its 16th year, correct?
This is number 16.
This is number 16. How has it changed over the years?
Sure. I mean, look at the first one we had. If you look at the show floor now, we had this little. We had to wall off the expo with white walling, and we had about, I think, 3,000-4,000 people through. And now we like squeeze every inch of the dome now. We're looking at about 38,000-40,000 people this weekend. So I've only ever seen it grow. So that's what's cool about it.
Well, I mean, that's always a good. It's always a good thing. You don't want to be seeing things things shrink. But I think too often that we kind of. As we attend expos like rAge, and I've attended most of them over the years. I think I've missed like one, maybe two. And there are so many people who love it, but I think there are always, and there's always the haters, you know, but it's one of those things I think people don't always consider that a lot of work goes into the behind the scenes and things like this. Definitely. So when they're sort of saying, oh, why don't you have one here, or why don't you have one wherever? I mean, we've had these discussions before over the years about like rAge Cape Town. There was one rAge in Cape Town. But there's a lot of work that goes into managing an event like this. What is maybe the hardest? I'm sure there are lots of hard things, but what is maybe the hardest part?
No, there is a very definite hardest for this type of event, is that people don't make up their minds about what exactly they're going to do or what they can do at the show. So we only know, for example, some code might only come in at the last minute. And then we've been sitting waiting, is this stand going to be this big or that big, or is it going to have this or that? So I guess being very adaptable to last minute changes is one of the hardest things to learn to do. But sometimes things are very set in stone. You can't exactly add 100 square meters to a stand because they've got a big game coming out. So I think that is the toughest thing, is this lastminute.com with a lot of the products and titles and hardware and you know, exclusives and people coming over or not and everything.
You have to have a deadline to be like, no more changes after this date.
Yes, we have deadlines, and then we have deadlines, and then we have deadlines.
Deadlines on your deadlines.
But it's like the magazine, where we used to do the magazine. Things came into the last minute, like StarCraft 2 got announced, and you had to like stop the press almost, do a new cover, take an article out, put something else in. So it was quite a, so we kind of used to it in a way, but I mean, it's a lot harder when you've got so much at stake here with a show like this.
Yeah, no, I mean, and understandably, I mean, but at the same time, what do you love the most about doing stuff like this?
What I love the most is that all the new stuff every year, and I say this to every interview, whatever. I love the people, because they're me when I was younger and older, and when you see all these happy faces come running in, and everyone's like, you can't really track their eyes because they're trying to look at everything. And I think we become a bit blasé because we're in the industry. We look at things a little bit differently, but you forget what I
think you do become a little bit jaded after
in a way,
working for so long. It's like things are exciting, but well, you know, it's also, you know, that there's going to be another one next year, or like another release next year about something.
I like to follow like little groups of young people around sometimes, just like watch what they do and how excited they get about everything. So it's a good reminder, and every now and again I'll get an email to say, oh, what an amazing experience, it's the best day of my life, when is the next one? And those things keep you going, you know, through all the tough times.
You know, a lot of the time I follow on social media and kind of like the lead up to rAge, and one of the things I really love about that in particular is that you see the people who are like, oh, I'm bringing my kid, or like my niece and nephew, it's like their first one, and I'm bringing them to rAge.
No, of course,
and it's such a nice, because it's like they're passing on their enthusiasm and their love of something.
How can you not show Star Wars to your child if you loved it when you grew up? You know what I mean? And it's the same kind of thing for this.
Yeah.
You know?
No, exactly. So, no, I think we are all sort of wondering a little bit about like the elephant in the room. Which is, of course, the introduction of Comic-Con Africa, which was really only 3 weeks ago. Do you feel that it has had an impact on rAge at all? And I mean, like, I suppose we won't really know until the end of the weekend, because when you sort of see the numbers of people and things like that. But as a general thing, do you think it has had any impact?
I think it had some impact in people's minds, but it hasn't had any impact in the reality. What we did see, two interesting things, is that after their event, we had a lot of new people coming to us saying they want to take something out here. So I saw a whole like bloom of exhibitors coming in, like that lastminute.com I was talking about. So we had to adapt and make space for them and try and get them accommodated here. And what I think is a positive is that, you know, the people that went to that event aren't kind of the same people that are at this event. And I only can see it helping grow the industry. I just wish it was a little bit further away, so it's not right on top of each other. Because that provides a lot of problems for the exhibitors. They've got to run around, so it's like almost a month of their lives that's just show.
Yeah.
So that's the only sort of negative.
It's tiring. I think, to me also, I think that from a consumer perspective, it's also a little bit difficult because a lot of people, if they're going to go and spend money, they need to decide where they want to spend that money.
Precisely, or how they're going to spend it.
Exactly. I think that you guys do have a bit of an advantage in the fact that you're after payday.
Yeah.
So, a lot of people might be able to split that, but if it's something big that maybe they've been saving for, that's maybe a bit different. But at least you do kind of have two separate paychecks as part of that.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people have made very good on supporting both, or not, or doing a bit here and doing a bit there. But it's just I think it's a positive overall. It will be a positive, but we just need a bit more space. That's the only sort of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, awesome. Do you think that there is space for a Comic-Con Africa and a rAge both in the local market? In the local market, do you think there is space for Comic-Con and rAge?
Yes, because they are technically two different shows.
Yeah.
It's hard to sort of define unless you're in the industry. You won't really know exactly what's different about them. But they are different, and there is space for them.
Yeah. But
like I say, it's just they've got to be even spaced out a bit better, and then I think there'll be a better uptake on the one.
Yeah.
And also, Comic-Con does bring a lot of new people in.
It does.
Because it's like the Starbucks brand. Everyone knows Starbucks, and they all crowd around Starbucks because ultimately, it ultimately is just coffee end of the day, but it does get more people to come in to this culture and experience it.
Yeah.
They had a lot more cosplayers, which was interesting.
So for me, what was quite nice about Comic-Con is that people felt like they had to come dressed up because
yes, in a way,
it was something. It was like, oh, this is what people do at Comic-Con. They dress up.
Exactly.
Whereas I don't think that is necessarily the case here. People don't come dressed up unless they are, I want to cosplay because there is a cosplay event or they're wanting.
Different.
Yeah.
It's more of a, I guess, it's definitely going to help some industries like cosplay. And that's why I think it's a good thing because it's introducing people that don't really know this into this.
Yeah.
And then they would come here to sort of get a different kind of experience.
I was having a discussion with Les in our first session about the variety of fandoms really. So and like the expanse of geek culture and about you've got some who are into Magic and some who are D&D and some who are gamers and some who are comic book geeks and some who are cosplayers. And it is nice to see, I think I kind of feel the same way that I'm like, these are kind of the same community, but also not. There are overlaps.
There's like a core, and then overlaps, and then fringes.
Yeah, exactly.
And it just depends. But like I say, you're only really going to know what kind of impact it has in like 2-3 years.
Yeah.
That's to see. But I think the industries around it are going to see a benefit because now more people are interested in Thanos, for example.
Yeah.
So you'll sell 10 more Thanos Funko Pops than you would if there wasn't a bigger event or 2 events. Yeah. So I think it's a good thing.
Yeah. Okay. All right. What are your now having done this for more than a decade? What are your also long-term goals for rAge? Where would you like to see it grow?
It's difficult because every year it just gets bigger and there's more people coming and more ideas. Like they got a 3D scanner here where you stand in a room and they scan your whole body. And you can get a little printout. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've never seen that before at any event.
It's always something new.
It's always something new here. And that's what I like. It's something like you don't really have to try to make it too different because the people coming always bring something different. But we are in discussions with a couple of different players about sort of having more things happen throughout the year. There's some talk about up into Africa doing a couple of things. But it's difficult because there's nothing really firm.
Yeah.
We just try and make this one better all the time and make it bigger.
Yeah. Also, when you're talking about going up into Africa, I think also the thing is that here what your internet connectivity, for example, is like in order to put on a show like this. You know what bandwidth you need. You know what the kind of infrastructure that you need to set up something like this. And I think a lot of research is required to go into another country. Because you're not necessarily going to ship the company from here to there to be able to set up that infrastructure. So you need to understand what that country's infrastructure is like in order to be able to set that up.
Well, it's even like Cape Town. People think you could just take this and plump it down in Cape Town, but you can't because there's about 1 million things that are different between this venue and that venue and the people and the logistics and there's so much. So as much as we'd like to put a show in Durban and Cape Town, Bloemfontein, it's very hard to move something like this around. It's such a big beast almost.
But also the amount of planning that goes into it. So this is really. in essence, like a year's worth of planning.
Pretty much, yeah.
That goes, so like you end this, you take maybe a week off, and then you start planning for next year's one. And if you know that, okay, we've actually got to be planning for 2 events concurrent, maybe even 3 concurrently, because you're trying to do it in multiple cities, that's a much bigger logistics.
Yeah, you don't want to suffer because you're too focused on a new one.
Yeah.
Because a new thing always takes a lot more energy to get going.
Absolutely.
And then you tend to like neglect the thing you think is okay, and then you don't put enough focus into that one. So it's a bit of a juggling act when you try to add new things.
Yeah.
Like with Rush, we put Rush on, and you'll find rAge just sort of gets pushed out of everyone's minds until Rush is done.
Yeah.
And that's not great because then you're missing a month and a half of planning on the rAge event. So it's tricky. But I mean, I guess we'll just figure it out as we go along.
So I mean, we haven't actually touched on Rush. So Rush is a sort of a much more dedicated esports event. How did that kind of come about? I mean, I suppose it's like something that's a seed that was planted here that sort of moved into a separate thing. But
it was, we have esports at rAge, but it's not really the focus of the show.
Absolutely.
We never used to have any esports, and then suddenly there was esports everywhere, and now there's a little bit less esports. So I think it's one of those things where it needed its own space, but I didn't want to just throw CS out or whatever. I wanted to give opportunity for lots of different kids and people and like communities to put on esports, almost like Olympic Games of esports, where there's lots of different disciplines. And I think this year at Rush we did pretty well there. We had like 6 or 7 events. There was sort of all different kinds of communities all playing competitive, and that helps it grow because then we have stuff like the bravado thing here where guys are learning how to get into esports. What does it take to be a professional? So we're always trying to grow the industry in different ways, but I don't really know what the best way to do it is. So we try something, see if it works, and then take it from there.
Well, I mean, the fact that you're running Rush, have run Rush for a 2nd year in a row. I mean, it obviously did well enough that it made it viable to go for.
It did well enough. Having good sponsors on board is very important as well, and also treating them the right way is very important. So it's a bit of a
people need to know what they're getting out of it, and like how they also need to be able to see the potential.
Yeah, precisely.
And I think that's always the case. And like partnering with people and things like this, it's like, what can you give us? What can we give you? Yes, but also how can we take this forward together? How can we have a longer term vision for something like that?
No, it's tricky. You don't really know what, because everybody knows they must be in esports talking to the youth, but they don't know how to do it. So we're trying to give them a nice, careful, rolled out way of explaining that this is what it should work. Don't expect this, expect that. So it's very tricky to get it right.
One thing for me that was really interesting attending the Cape Town rAge, and I know this was a couple of years ago, but it was a very different vibe and a different crowd. And you kind of, in a lot of ways, I did, even though it was smaller, I kind of expected it to be a lot like rAge Joburg, but in Cape Town.
No, it's a different country, and Cape Town.
But it was a completely different crowd. It was not the sort of this. Not even. I didn't even feel like really the same geek community. It was a very different, much more laid back. rAge Joburg is quite like frenetic in a lot of ways. Like people come in and they're excited about stuff and whatever. Cape Town came and browsed and had a look and like maybe they were going to buy, maybe they weren't. I mean, it's more laid back city than Joburg, but I think that was quite evident in the event itself.
I think it's the salt in the air. The coastal towns. It must be something like that. It just makes people more relaxed and chilled. But up in Joburg, everyone's like firing off all the time, and I think that energy comes into a show like this, and you don't get that same kind of vibe in Cape Town. But I mean, I guess you got to like learn the market and experience. But they've got a great show down there anyway. EGE.
Exactly.
It's fantastic. So I think they do have an event, a gaming event. You know. So, but you're right. It's a different type of culture down there, different type of thinking.
What I do really like is the fact that there are multiple events that are contributing to that. So I mean, we had only rAge for so long, but I think competition is a healthy thing, and also partnership is a healthy thing. So like you've got that. We've now got EGE in Cape Town. There's also Comic Con, and there are also a number of comic expos like Icon and FanCon that contribute overall to sort of that expo convention culture that is specific to this market, which is.
But they all got something different.
Exactly.
And they all got a different vibe about them. Different people. I think it's the folks that run them are different personalities, and they have a different kind of energy they put into everything. So it's great that they have things like that all over the country. And it just shows the culture's growing all the time. And I guess the more events there are, the more people that will get into it, and then the more the whole industry will grow. So I always like having as many things as possible happening all the time.
Awesome. I mean, any sort of final thoughts on this year, on upcoming years, on rAge?
I don't even know what to think, really. I mean, I think everybody always asks what's happening next year, but I think let's get through this one.
Yeah.
And then we can start thinking about it again. I guess every year, we move the land off the show floor, so there's some learnings there.
Yeah.
I do feel the space is better this year. It's a lot less crowded in some parts. But I mean, even though we have all this extra space here, there's nobody in it. They're all still where everything else is.
Yeah.
So we'll keep expanding it and getting it going. But I think, the future's hard to say. I guess it's taking 1 month at a time, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this is also a new experience for us, and it's the first year that we are
doing
like live streaming. First year we're doing this, and it's exciting. It's exciting doing something new, and I think that's.
But again, like this year, something whole new, a whole new thing we're doing.
Yeah.
Never done it before.
Yeah.
That's what I like about the show. There's always something different happening, and the people in it are learning a lot as well. So I mean, this wasn't 2 days ago. Now it's a whole studio and we're broadcasting. So
and here we are doing the things. Yeah. Right. So thank you so much for joining us. I'm looking forward to seeing how the show goes, and today and then tomorrow, of course. Like I'm already feeling tired.
Yeah, it feels like Sunday today for some reason.
Yeah, no, it does. And today, of course, is traditionally like the busiest day of the Expo. Saturdays are always crazy, and I definitely can feel this. Like looking at like the passing traffic in comparison to yesterday, it's definitely busier. So coming up in our next segment at 12, we will be talking all things esports with Shani ZA from Metal State, as well as Ikasi Esports and Jinx. We'll see you again in a bit. See you.
aka Sam Plays, and we're kicking off this session dedicated to esports by speaking to Chani Zede, the first female shoutcaster for Medal Stage. Chani,
thank
welcome.
you so much for having me, Sam. I've also never heard your full name.
Serious?
So I've always known you as Sam Plays. It's what I see online. So I've learned a little bit about you before we get into the interview even, so that's great.
No stress. Yeah, some killer cousin, that's how I go by. So you've been in the esports industry for the longest time. How did you get into it?
So I've been a supporter for the longest time. I think I started watching competitive Call of Duty back in 2014, and I actually got into the scene myself this year. And how that ended up happening was they were looking for a caster for Call of Duty. They said, we need someone who knows the game. When the game was released last year, Barry Lazada from Mental States, he said, Shani, why don't you give casting a try? I was like, are you crazy? I don't know anything about it. I don't know enough game knowledge. He's like, it's a new game. Everyone can learn it. And I was like, okay, give me a month with the game and let's see how it goes. I learned the game, and within 2 weeks, I was like, Barry, I can do this. Let me practice a little bit more. And I sent him some VODs. He loved my stuff, and he was like, okay, find a casting partner. Went through a list of casting partners, tried to check that chemistry. You would know from casting as well.
For sure.
You try and find that chemistry, and then Bob's your uncle. I was signed with Mental State as a caster, which is absolutely incredible.
I can imagine, and I think the one thing that stands out the most is that, you know, you're a female shoutcaster. I think, can you just kind of expand on that? Like, how is it like being one of the first female shoutcaster, and how is it like in the industry as a whole?
So I want to go out on a limb and say, apart from myself officially having done work, obviously Sam Wright does a lot of hosting and panel hosting and all of that great stuff, but I want to say there was a female caster before me. She cast Dota 2, which was Succubus. Apart from that, I was like, I've never seen a female cast Call of Duty in South Africa. I know internationally there are a couple of females making names for themselves, so it's something that I like to be like, okay, cool. I was actually very concerned going into it of, you get so used to listening to a certain kind of voice type, and especially with Call of Duty, it's very fast paced. You're kind of used to hearing a male voice, and I was worried that the audience wouldn't really necessarily twig onto a female voice, and I was like, oh, that's not the case at all. They were more interested in the accent of being South African than anything else. So being a female, it's exactly the same as being one of the guys, and it's exactly the same as anything else in the industry. We're trying to make a name for ourselves, and the more women that get involved, the better, because there's so many women now getting involved in the kind of gaming space very publicly. I want to see more of them coming over to casting. So Sam Wright did a cast for the Battle Royale that was happening at Clash Royale, not Battle Royale, Clash Royale at for the Red Bull stage a couple of weeks ago. And I want to see more female in the industry, man.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. And I think I want to kind of like drop the whole female thing for a second. Tell me the hardest thing of being a shoutcaster in general. Just what's been the hardest part for you?
Filling the blanks. And filling with any kind of broadcast, you've got people production in your ear. If there's either waiting for someone to join the lobby, you need to have enough knowledge, because I actually did a chat on the Bring the Bravado stage yesterday about probably some of the bigger challenges. People don't realize the amount of research and work that goes in behind the scenes. Not only just knowing the game, but you need to know the scene, you need to know the players, you need to know the chemistry between the players, the history of the organizations. This player was recently signed to this team, but they used to team with this team. So for me, I think the biggest challenge was trying to encompass all of that, so you have enough in your back pocket that when you need to fill those kinds of dead air moments to make it seem like the stream is still running perfectly, it's having enough to fall back on. So making sure you've got that research and you've got that up-to-date information on different people.
I see. Yeah, I think that's something that people miss because it always happens behind the scene, you know? But I want to kind of like leave the whole negative thing. Let's try be more positive. Can you tell me something that you really love about shoutcasting?
So I love the fact that it's a story. You're not just... So I actually mentioned yesterday as well how with my role of casting, I'm not just a play-by-play caster, because there's different types of caster. I try to push the color casting as much as possible. So what color casting means is you tell people what's happening on screen, but you also tell them why it's happening. So it's not necessarily, oh, he's going to run and plant the bomb at a site. It's he's running there, so he potentially could be seeing those people. That is going to have an impact this way, that way.
Yeah.
It's your storytelling. It's not about the casters. It's about the players, and it's about making them the first front and center kind of point of interest. And for me, I did drama at school, so I've always been mad about storytelling. I grew up on fairy tales. I grew up on kind of watching those types of stories unfold. And casting's the exact same thing. You need to build a story to make your audience watch it and get involved and support the underdogs and support the guys that have come back from a 3-0 loss and now they need to get through to a second best of 5. So it's my favorite part is being able to tell the players' stories, especially locally.
Yeah.
We've got so many amazing players that have never had their stories told, and I feel now we've got the platform. The more streams that happen, the more casts that we do get to do, the more stories we'll get to tell.
No, I mean, yeah, you sound very passionate about the thing. That's why I'm loving this discussion so much. Can you kind of give us a brief on your ambitions? What are you out here striving for?
So I have a lot of big blue sky thinking, which I don't want to say publicly because you don't want to be that person of, oh, I want to do this, and then you never actually, because that's not how life works, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of, you want to set off in this direction, and then life happens, and you go in a different direction. I mean, I quit my job to do content full-time last year, March, whereas I thought I was actually going to go into management at an agency.
Yeah,
so it just shows you how quickly life changes, and now all of a sudden I'm thinking about casting. So for my ambitions, I want to get better at casting. I know there was a lot from season 1 with Metal State that I can work on and improve. We had a month of cast for next season, moving into the new title. We first need the title to be released, and then we can start working on learning the game. But I want to improve as a caster. I want to improve kind of my presence as a caster as well, being able to not and too much. I said on purpose. That wasn't me filling anything. That's the #1 cardinal rule. I want to learn as much as possible because we've got so many incredible people, especially within the Metal State family, that I can learn from. That's all I want. So currently my ambition is to be the best caster that I can be and still stay true to myself and give the players that platform rather than making it about myself.
And I mean, when you say best caster you can be, do you mean that more locally, or are you also aiming to go global?
We'll see what happens. For now, I want to have a look at and look after my COD ZA scene, since that's where, I mean, I've been supporting the guys since before they got to play on tournaments. They were playing downstairs in the dungeon for Raru vouchers once upon a time. And now they get to play for 50,000 Rand prize pool. So for now, I want to look after the local scene. I do have my eye on potentially going to attend an event next year. But as for getting into the international casting scene, we'll have to see where things go. But I feel if my hard work gets me there, then that's great, because that's all I've been planning on doing is working really hard.
Okay, no, I understand. I think one interesting thing I'd like to know from you, I mean, I think it's a little known fact that you are currently seen as the mom of COD ZA.
I am the COD ZA mom, yes I am.
But I would like to know from you, do you think shoutcasters are getting enough attention when it comes to the local esports scene? Do you think that,
So I don't necessarily think it's a case of shoutcasters not getting enough. I don't think there's enough streams at the moment. And I feel in this last year with World War II season, more casters came to the forefront because before Metal State jumped into the COD ZA, like threw their hats into the ring, there were only, I want to say, really 3 or 4 gents in the scene that kind of filled that role because we don't have casters. Across the board, we have a very, very small talent pool. So I don't think it's necessarily that they don't get the exposure. It's that there are so few of them, so you use the same people over and over, which is great. But you need to have more exposure to, hey, if you want to get into casting, if you want to get into esports, it's not necessarily just playing and being in a team. You can get into the talent side where you can get into casting. You can get into the production side because production is amazing. I've now seen it firsthand. For esports broadcast is entirely different to my background with just normal broadcast for like shows and stuff. So it's definitely something. So getting back to your question, I don't think it's a case that they're not getting showcased enough or showcased enough. It's a case of there's so few of them with so few streams to go around. I mean, we had a really big tournament earlier this year and COD wasn't even streamed. So I think we need to look at getting more of the tournaments streamed so that the casters can have more stuff to add to their show reel.
Okay, no, I understand. And can you just tell me where to from here? You've made it this far. Where are you going next?
So, across the board, where to from here? Call of Duty needs to release the new Black Ops 4 so I can learn the game, learn the title. So going to be doing as much of that drops next week Friday. I'm going to be completely unknown to the world for the next month to play that game as much as possible.
Yeah.
Metal State will be announcing details for the next coming seasons of our Pod Cup, our Astro Gaming Cup. And just looking forward into the future, I'm going to carry on making as much content as I am, carry on being as true to myself as possible, and then having fun while doing it, because that's what it comes down to. Is as long as you're having fun and you're enjoying what you're doing, even though it's a job, it doesn't actually feel like a job.
I can imagine. Shani, thank you so much for coming. Really did enjoy it. Guys, thanks for joining us. We are continuing our esports discussion with the Ikasi Esports, Soweto's first pro esports club.
You can come to me now. I am not Ikasi Esports, but shame, the guys are actually, it is so busy here today that they are trying to fight their way through the crowd in order to even get here. So I just kind of figured that we would maybe pick up with just a bit of a reflection on Shani's discussion, because it's something that really interests me, that I think, you know, we look at the esports industry as a whole, and I think that people don't necessarily consider how hard it is to break in, regardless of your gender.
Yeah. No, we had, I mean, I saw a tweet that was going viral where someone was asking, do you need to be active on social media to be able to join the entire esports industry? And a lot of people came through and said, no, that's not the case. At times, we look at skills. That's how you enter. And they were starting to drop hints as to these are the certain avenues you have to go through to be able to make it into the esports scene. So, of course, I think for anybody who's in the esports scenes, congratulations, because you've actually achieved something that.
Yeah, I mean, because I think, you know, to break into any industry is hard.
Yeah.
And particularly, I do find the gaming industry, as a general rule, is, well, in South Africa anyway, is really small.
Yeah.
So to be able to, you know, sort of make a name for yourself as in media, as a journalist, as a reviewer, as a shoutcaster, as a professional esports player, is difficult. And you know, we do have to kind of look at how are the avenues, how can we help make it easier for people in general, I think. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Because you also, you know, we're working together now. I've got perhaps more media experience in the industry, but it's also something that you have started out and have really sort of started to make a name for yourself in the last maybe year or so.
No, for me, it comes down to very basic stuff. I think when it comes to the shoutcasters, they don't get enough credit for what they do.
I absolutely agree.
Like Chani said, we had the tournament earlier on where people were playing COD, World War II, and there were shoutcasters and there were production teams and there was everybody in the dungeon, but no one was being live streamed, no one was being credited for their work. There's not enough limelight on them. It's just very minuscule kind of credit when it comes to the shoutcasters, when it comes to the production team. They're sitting there almost 8 hours, 9 hours a session, working really hard, and not enough credit is coming to their way. So I think on a very basic level, we need to start crediting our shoutcasters, our players. We need to start giving them a face. I think I said this earlier on. I went to VS Gaming. I was a panelist there. A kid comes in, 16 years old, wins 400,000 rands, and then we just leave it at that. We don't follow up. We don't know who he is. We don't know what he's doing with the money. We don't know how he got here. There's a lot of things that's missing in that aspect, and that I think that applies for everyone in the esports scene, whether it's shoutcasters, players, managers, MGOs. We need to do more follow-ups.
You know, I remember one of the first sort of, for me certainly, it was when I had very limited exposure to the esports industry, and what was one of the first professionally shoutcasted matches I went to, and it was on the launch of StarCraft 2. And they had people there suddenly shoutcasting StarCraft 2, and I actually remember thinking at the time, ordinarily, I would not particularly be interested. I would be like, oh yeah, I mean, that's cool. I'm sitting watching a game and it's nice and I enjoy the game, so awesome. But I was so pleasantly surprised by suddenly what a difference a commentator made, and to the energy and the dynamic of the room. The room suddenly got really excited about things. People who I know would never have been, cheering and things, were getting really into it and really excited about it. And then, I mean, last year at Rush, I was on the Omen stand, and likewise, I think you have to have such a good knowledge of the players and of the game itself and the different tactics that go into it. As someone to commentate, I mean, the same way that you do for rugby or soccer or anything like that, you need to really understand the ins and outs of the game and like the finer points and the nuances of the game in order to be able to say, you know, like this is what is happening and be able to provide like a sort of competent commentary.
No, I completely understand, and that's why I appreciated Chani saying that she actually does the research to understand the game so that she can actually give us the best experience.
Yeah.
But guys, welcome back.
Yeah,
Sorry.
No,
moving on to the...
I'll get.
All right, cool. So welcome guys back to the discussion. I've got Smilo Gossa here who's coming in from Ekasi Esports. We've got my boy here.
Hey man.
How you doing?
All good, yourself?
I'm loving it. You finally made it this far.
Yeah, it's been a thrill.
I need to know, Ekasi Esports.
Sure.
Lots of people talk about it.
Yeah.
We need to know what differentiates you from all the other esports MGOs.
I think it had to do with us being essentially community-based. With MGO literally based in Soweto, it's been more of our drive to actually, you know, put out as much as we can on the exhibition, as much foreknowledge, as much experience as we can deliver upon esports, and actually the possibilities around it actually.
Yeah. No, I can imagine, and I appreciate it that you're actually representing. I'm also from the Kasi, you know how it is.
Nice.
But being from the Kasi myself, I can relate. I need to understand what are the challenges that you guys are currently facing coming from the Kasi
base
into the esports industry.
Sure thing, man. The challenge is it comes to your basic internet connection. As you know, with gaming nowadays, it's more internet-based. So on having to organize more of an online LAN, more so with games, we particularly competing in like your CSGO, needing fast internet connection. That's one of our big struggles actually. And then on other aspects, it comes to with the partners we want to actually work with and contribute towards growing our community events. As you know that we still a small team, and then there's a limited capacity towards how much we can bring Ekasi. So it could be nice if, you know, brands out there could actually partner with us and contribute towards the shared goal of esports being in townships and beyond.
No, I can imagine. And when it comes to Ekasi Esports, what are the things that you kind of see happening in the future? What are you looking forward to when it comes to the future of Ekasi Esports?
Quite a lot of things. With this year particularly, we've been privileged enough to have a comp with one of the top esports teams actually, Goliath Gaming. And through that, it has spawned a relationship towards projects we want to do with them, like mentioning our Ekasi Tech Fest happening in 2 weeks, which will be, again, having an exhibition match with the guys. So going forward is more of the team actually branching into putting in the hours in the game, and more especially with in terms of, you know, exploring the logistics of who's good, how we can improve, which teams do we see ourselves at least beating, if not actually matching up to them, and quite a lot of things. But it comes again to the partnership in the stronghold of us driving towards whatever goals we have, or the unforeseeable future of esports being big in Soweto and townships beyond.
No, I can imagine, and I'm loving the passion that you're kind of resonating with me. I mean, coming from the Kasi, I really appreciate it. And the one thing that I do is try to give back to the Kasi as much as possible, try to give back to other creators as well, whether they're from the Kasi or not. So I want to know from the Kasi Esports perspective, what initiatives are you guys currently running when it comes to giving back or helping the community?
Currently we have our Ekasi Tech Fest event, which is due in 2 weeks. In that we branching out in fact, two aspects of it all. With gaming being the primary one, which is hosted on Saturday, we kind of can't neglect the necessities and needs from the townships. You know, your skills development, people actually wanting to do more for themselves and equip themselves with skills. So we branched out in a sense that instead of being more gaming-centric, let's have a tech-based centric sort of like platform, where in the first 2 days, we're going to have your industry analysts, we're going to have your influencers give back to the community on how they can go about enriching their skills. And then for the gaming-centric guys, then on Saturday, we're going to have an exhibition match with Goliath Gaming. There, we're going to, in a sense, test the waters of how far we could go in introducing esports and giving, you know, the entire community a sense of where and what we're trying to do for them and from Mzansi as a whole.
No, I can imagine. And I think I'm keen to see you guys there for sure, because I'm going to come through for sure to see what you guys can do in regards to shaping the younger generation in the Kasi, letting them know about what we do. Because I'm a content creator, you're a professional player. Let's entice them to play. I need to know, coming from you, what do you see when it comes to the future of the esports? What would you like to see change in regards to the growth of esports in South Africa?
In fact, it boils down to inclusion more than anything.
Yeah.
As you know that currently esports in South Africa still has quite a long way to go. Sure, it has stapled itself as matching close to the premiers out there with, you know, your international tournaments.
Yeah.
But it's more on reaching out to communities interested in gaming to say, hey guys, we have Ekasi Esports who are looking to invite you on, who are looking to give you a glimpse of how far esports could go actually.
Yeah.
So it boils down to collaboration more than anything.
Okay.
Collaboration, yeah.
No, I can imagine more collaboration, you know, increase the fan bases, try to grow. I think that's really necessary for the both of us to be able to grow and all communities in general.
Yeah.
One thing what I like to ask the people that I interview is there anything we haven't touched on that you'd like to kind of expand on? Any question that you wished I would have asked you that you would love to answer?
We've touched base on the basics and literally our forthcoming event, which is a Tech Fest.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if the fans know Sam Plates is also going to be there. We're going to be, you know, teaching the kids out there and actually showing them what you actually do on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, of course. I mean, gaming is a big part of our lives. I started playing FIFA, 06 on PlayStation 2.
All right.
And you know, you're running from house to house in the Kasi, and whoever has the PlayStation, that's who you play with. Can I quickly ask you that? What inspired you to actually get into gaming? What kickstarted the whole thing?
It goes quite far back actually. I've been, in fact, you know, from birth, I've been perceived as a geek.
Yeah.
You know, buying your PC Format magazine, buying your NAG magazines, gluing myself on the knowledge around gaming. And it came to a point where, in one of the articles when they touched upon esports, I questioned myself, how come townships aren't actually included in that, you know, ever-growing space? And then I took it upon myself to find people who are like-minded like me. And then, you know, throughout the journey, I've been in and around teams as far as Katlehong, teams as far as Dobsonville.
Yeah.
And then through divine luck, it came to a point where I met a like-minded partner of mine, whom today, through esports being where it is, the guy understands what I'm trying to do and also shares the same vision of what we're trying to accomplish at the end of the day. And through that, you know, here we are today, Glitched. Who knew?
Glitched. Talking about gaming, trying to put a shine on it.
Sure.
So, bro, Smilo, I really appreciate it.
Likewise.
I love it that you came here. You got to represent the Kasi.
Sure.
Keep doing what you do, man.
See you 2 weeks from now, right?
Yeah, for sure, dude.
That's a given.
No stress.
Awesome.
All right, guys, so thanks for joining us. Coming up next, we chat to Julie Robson from Jinx Esports TV. Jinx Esports TV came into the South African market fairly recently. I think only a couple of years ago, broadcasting on DSTV. So we're gonna wait for her while I'm gonna quickly talk to Smilo while we wait for Julie. She's gonna be in here in the next 5 minutes. Guys, stay tuned. Keen to see you all there. And welcome back, guys. I'm Sam Plays. I'm sitting here with Jules Bish-Robson from Jinx Esports, or Jinx TV rather, sorry. Welcome. How are you?
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
No, pleasure. So I want to know, coming from, you, from Jinx, I want to know, how did you guys, or what made you guys expand into the South African market?
So I think for Jinx, what was important for them is to make sure that everybody across the world is getting a channel that is dedicated to esports and gaming. Something that is really booming right now is the gaming industry, and everybody knows that everybody just wants to watch the games. So Jinx is providing that while mixing it up with doing your shows like you're doing a news talk. So they have This Week in Esports, where they're wrapping up the coolest plays, and then they have some more comedic, comedic type videos where they have the first hour reviewing new games. And I guess it's just all fun and just expanding that to South Africa, another really big country that really would like to get that gaming feel in their life.
Yeah, and you guys have been here for a while now.
Yes.
I think you'll have more insight as to how the South African market differs from the international markets.
Yes.
So what would you say differentiates the two?
I think from my experience, because I am South African, so I know a lot about the South African market, and Jinx Esports TV brought me on as their correspondent for esports, specifically for the African region. Yeah. So I like to think of myself more as the person that gets to push the content to the national eyes and be like, look at us. And in the international sphere, I think it's so saturated right now. Everybody knows gaming, everybody knows what's happening, and it's specifically like a game that you are, obviously very much known for, and that is Fortnite, something that's so popular right now. I think Jinx just, they realized that there is a little bit of a market gap. Yeah. And having me to be able to highlight those areas where we are doing cool things like rAge, Comic-Con, etc., being able to highlight those things shows us that we're not too far from the international scene.
No, I can imagine. And you mentioned that you think that the gaming scene is for everyone, that everyone kind of tunes into it. What do you think when it comes to the fact that you guys broadcast games and only gamers watch it? Do you think you guys will ever expand out of that whole niche
I think
segment?
so. I think it became, the more that the industry evolves, it's easier to, go to the public with a gaming show, something that someone has not seen at all, and, win the hearts of the public. So I think that there is a lot to be said about games or gaming shows or shows that is related to gaming, something talk show related. Yeah. As soon as it breaks out of that niche form, and the public finds it interesting or even just discovers it, it will be such a cool thing for the public to see. So definitely, I think that should be the answer. From there, I think that Jinx would like to try stuff like that, and we have shows like Jinx Plays and like I said, the first hour, where the show is solely about the game that you are playing with some added, flair from our hosts.
No, I can imagine. No, Julia, it's been amazing having you here. Before I let you go though, I'd like to know, do you guys have any last thoughts on the whole Jinx TV thing in South Africa?
I think the biggest thing for us is to really put the eyes that South Africa or Africa as a whole has their own Jinx place to go to. So obviously we are on DSTV, channel 240 on SuperSports. Yeah. So go ahead and look out for that. We are 24/7 gaming all the way. And actually South Africa has so much content that is being pushed to the international scene. So you'll see a lot more stuff of rAge, all our interviews, all our experiences there. And then as well our social media at Jinx Esports TV Africa, that is for Twitter and Facebook, both of that. We are very active on it, and we try to make sure that people know what is happening, what the new shows are about, and highlighting, everything that Jinx Esports TV does.
Julia, it's been amazing having you here. Thank you so much for coming through and telling us more about Jinx TV. All right, guys, thanks so much for joining us. We're going to be breaking for lunch now, but make sure you're back at 2 p.m. when we'll be doing a Call of Duty fan Q&A. Catch you again soon. Cheers. Hi there guys, welcome back to Glitched. I'm Sam Plays. Now, Call of Duty Black Ops 4 marks the latest entry in the award-winning Black Ops series. Check out this trailer.
You give us the fire, we'll give them hell. Approaching the drop zone. Let's tango!
And ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by Jason Lowe, an ex-pro COD player who is current COD caster for Medal State. Thanks for joining us today, Jason.
How's it, Sam? It's great to be here, man. I'm so stoked right now, man.
I can imagine.
Here on Glitch, beat my Call of Duty. Call of Duty's the one. That's where my heart lies, man. I love COD so much, and it's never going to end. It's never going to end.
This guy loves COD way too much. We are also joined by Mo Omar, who is an avid fan of the COD series. He has been playing Call of Duty since the good old days, and together we're going to dissect the glory that is Black Ops 4 and see what a pro and a fan says about the game. Moe.
Thanks for having me today, Sam. Very passionate about Call of Duty, especially the Black Ops series. I just absolutely love what it has to offer to the gaming community, and especially the Call of Duty community, in just about every aspect of the game. It's beautiful.
Before we begin, we are giving away a cool Black Ops 4 hamper that comes with a pretty cool cap. The cap that these guys are wearing right now. All you need to do is snap a picture of yourself at the Glitched Africa stand this weekend, tweet it using the hashtag Black Ops 4 rAge 2018 hashtag, and tag Glitched Africa and Megarum Games, and you will go into the draw to win this cool hamper. Also, the game is completely playable at rAge today. The lines are long, but if you pre-order at BT Games, you'll get an awesome snapback cap, a lanyard, and a fast pass to so you can cut the lines at the demo booth. Guys, I'm sorry, lots of stuff happening. But right, I want to ask you guys a few questions.
Sure.
Before we get into it, we just saw the trailer. What are you guys expecting when it comes to the Black Ops 4 game?
Well, I mean, look, the biggest adjustment has been the fact that they've removed the single-player campaign from the series, which is an interesting move, but they've added in a Battle Royale aspect, which is the first for Call of Duty, and I definitely think is a step in the right direction. And, you know, in terms of multiplayer and zombies, I think we can just expect more of the same great stuff from Black Ops.
Yeah. So you've mentioned multiplayer and zombies.
Yeah.
What you haven't mentioned is the offline or the single-player mode, right? And now that they've taken that out, what do you guys think? How do you guys think that will impact Black Ops 4?
My honest opinion, man, it's going to dim down a lot on a lot of the player base, because there is a certain percentage of people who don't play online. Maybe they don't enjoy it, they don't have the online capabilities, or they don't have that sort of drive. So they kind of just want to settle down, just kick back on their couch, play a single-player campaign, get in depth with the character development. So I think we'll lose a lot of player base, but at the same time it's nice because a lot of the other modes, such as zombies, multiplayer, and the blackout, they'll get a lot more attention focus. So there'll be a lot more smoother gameplay, a lot more mechanics to work around with. Things will bode well for the other side of Call of Duty.
Yeah. No, and I think that's the beauty of it, because now that they've kind of ditched the single player, they can concentrate on multiplayer and blackout a little more. Yeah. But why do you guys think that Treyarch kind of just ditched the whole single player as a whole?
Well, I mean, look, from a statistical point of view, I think the player base for the campaign is getting lower and lower every year, and the quality of it is diminishing as well. So instead of producing something that's on a downward spiral, rather go for what's trending at the moment. Blackout, Battle Royale. That will give you so many more players who will, you know, join the series, enjoy it, and become a Call of Duty fan.
No, I can imagine.
Maybe so. I think the growing aspect of YouTubers, all that stuff, Sam Plays, You know, a lot of people watch the single-player campaigns. They don't exactly play it anymore. So it's almost like watching a movie these days. They just would rather watch someone play something as opposed to spend money on it. So I think a lot of those single-player aspects of COD has obviously kind of fell in that trap. But I do know that Vonderhaar did say that, look, this isn't a trend COD is going to follow. It could be. I mean, you know, we never know with such an industry such as this. But yeah, I'm an avid COD fan. I love the single-player stories. And Treyarch and Black Ops do have like one of the most favorite storylines that I have followed. Black Ops 3 being my weakest point in favoritism, but you know, I love my story here and there, you know, so I'm a bit bleak about it, but hey, it's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, and it hits me hardest because I used to play Call of Duty, all of them, essentially for the story. Yeah. Because you don't need internet. I never really had access to internet, so I always used to play the story modes. So having that leave is a bit worrying, but now that they've introduced this new Battle Royale mode, Blackouts, what do you guys think, how do you guys think that's going to impact them? Because that's a completely different mode from what the previous Call of Duties have given us.
Well, I mean, it's Call of Duty breaking into a completely new industry, which is Battle Royale. You know, now you're competing with titles such as PUBG, Fortnite, which Call of Duty couldn't really touch before. And I definitely think it's a step in the right direction. And yeah, I think it's looking good.
Blackout, through playing the beta extensively, I'm not going to say how many hours I've put into that, but it just runs so smooth. Like their first entry into Battle Royale, it's done so well. Obviously, the single player being gone, they've now focused a lot on that. So we have a good aspect of that. I mean, we have all the throwback maps. I mean, we got like Estates, which has Raid. There's Standoff there. I mean, we've got Nuketown there in the corner. It's a nice fresh feel for old players to run to an area and be like, oh, I remember this map from Black Ops 1, from Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3, etc. So I think it'll bring in a lot of players into the aspect of it. And with my opinion, it's almost like a PUBG, but honestly, I might be a bit biased. It's just a bit better. But at least, you know, PUBG, they mainly are primarily on computer, where we're on console mainly. So at least there's not too much of a rival, maybe lawsuits coming in. Who knows? But I think it's going to really gain interest to a lot of the outside players from Fortnite, from PUBG, from H1. They'll all join in on the COD action.
Because I had my doubts. I thought they're bringing on the Battle Royale thing just to jump on the bandwagon of what Fortnite and PUBG are doing. So you guys generally think that this edition is actually
Look, to be entirely honest with you, I don't really think it's going to impact those industries all too much. I believe people will play Blackout, but they'll still continue to play Fortnite. They'll still continue to PUBG because each one is unique in their own way. They all have something different to offer. And you know, at the end of the day, it just gives you another choice of Battle Royale to dig into.
Yeah. So you guys genuinely believe that the game is going to rival Fortnite and PUBG, the other Battle Royales that are out there right now?
It will rival it, but it won't go to the extent where it takes the entire player base from one of them to it. You know, I think it'll be one of the things where people will say, you know, tonight let's play some Fortnite, tomorrow night let's play some Blackout. It'll be that sort of vibe. That's what I'm imagining.
I mean, like you did say, that a lot of the Battle Royale games have different vibes to them. Like, I mean, looking at Fortnite with the building mechanics, whereas Blackout doesn't have that. So a lot of players like their variety. So when you look at even Black Ops as a whole, or COD as a whole, I should say, when you look at the jetpacks versus boots on the ground, you get those people who love jetpacks and those people who love boots on the ground. So there'll definitely be that bit of a split. So there'll be a slight competition, but maybe not too heavily.
And what do you guys think? How do you guys think the new Black Ops 4 is kind of going to approach the new approach esports as a whole with this new PvP mode that they have?
All right, well, Black Ops 4 has done something the Call of Duty industry has never seen before with regards to esports, with the shift from 4v4 to 5v5. You know, sort of going in the general trend of other esports title of being 5v5. So I think that is going to be a very big change. It can either go really well or really bad. But it's looking very positive and from a development point of view. You know, Treyarch always innovate esports in Call of Duty tremendously, which the other developers sort of just pick up as we go on.
You gotta love with Treyarch, because they always, like you were saying, they redefine the genre of Call of Duty, and especially with esports. So we do see a return of League play, which is great. That was like the fundamental thing that made Black Ops 2 so like favorites. Now, looking at this game, it's a lot more tactical, so you got like a bit of Rainbow Six Siege in it. You know, a lot of the units have certain abilities where they can put down razor wire, cut down a lane, or a barricade, for the example, to have like an extra piece of cover to help you hold down a hardpoint map, for example. So they've really gone out of their way. And then with all the changes they're doing, especially Fog of War, how the mini-map has changed so much. So communication is definitely key with this. So this game is, it's going to be something. And I mean, having that extra teammates on your team, 5 players, you're gonna hear a lot of chatter with the team chat and everything. Yeah. It's going to be interesting.
No, and I think the nice part about it is that it's also adding a little bit of tension when it comes to the esports teams, because now they actually have to find an actual player that you never really had to go to.
What's actually happening with esports organizations all around the world is they're either losing a lot of players or they're picking up that 5th player to sort of solidify your 4-player core already. Yeah. So, you know, a lot of organizations are taking a very different approach towards this, but I really think it's a step in the right direction for esports in Call of Duty.
I honestly feel on a player-based scale, it's going to be quite nice, because let's say, for example, BVD, they obviously need a 5th. Maybe, let's just say, for example, they'll get a guy from Energy Esports, he'll go up. Energy Esports need a player maybe from Vinco, Vinco will go up. So a lot of the lower tier players can now have that incentive to be like, look, if I grind and put in the hard work, I could find myself the 5th for Vinco, because now they need that 5th. If I prove myself, I can work up the rank. So I do feel, in terms of player base, we'll see a lot more youth and rising stars coming to the play.
There'll be some great opportunities.
Definitely
great
opportunities. And I'm really excited to see that.
I'm really eager to see it. So now, we've touched on esports, we've touched on Blackout and the multiplayer. I want to kind of focus on the zombies mode more. I'm not a zombie player. I really can't make it past wave 20, but I want to know from you guys, we've seen a few clips in regards to what we can expect when it comes to the new zombies mode. How do you guys think that kind of separates from the past zombie modes? What are we looking at here in regards to the difference between the zombies that we're getting now and what we used to get?
Well, you want to touch base? I know you love zombies.
All right. So I actually, when I started playing Call of Duty, I played Modern Warfare, the survival aspect, and then Black Ops 1 came along and World at War with the zombies mode. And I was an avid fan of that, so I'm very, very in tune with the series. But with 3 maps at launch, with something we've never seen before, they're definitely catering for the zombies community in ways they had never have before. We're seeing new characters, new stories. They're still bringing you your 4 main characters from previous titles. So if you like that series, you can follow it. And you know that Jason Blundell and them in the zombies development team, they're really innovating zombies in Black Ops 4 to a point where it caters for everyone. Your new zombies players, your old returning fans. It really does look very promising.
Also, another thing I did actually notice when they did their reveal, zombies mode is a lot more controllable now. So there's a lot of setting options. You can change everything from the zombie difficulty, the overall difficulty of the game, the spawn box locations. So it's nice to give that feel that if you feel a bit intimidated by zombies, because I mean, round 20 is just, that's a bit of a high number, man. It's a bit of a high number. I used to jump in zombies so much, but I hated the Easter egg aspects, even though that's where they get their main attention from, is the mystery that they build around the Black Ops universe and their zombies. So it's pretty great to see them jump onto it and give it a bit more of an easy like scapegoat for other players to jump into it. I mean, if you're left alone, you know, your guys are playing Blackout, you're like, no, I want to play zombies. You can put in AI-controlled bots to play with you. And I don't know if they'll help you in the Easter egg, but if they do, it'll be great. It'll make my life a lot easier, because I got no patience for that, man. A 2-hour grind for an Easter egg, nah. I'm good, eh? But I think I might actually touch base on this. I'm a fan of like the old characters, so I don't know how I feel about the new ones. So I'll probably play, I think it's Blood of the Dead of some sort, where they return to Alcatraz from Black Ops 2. So I'll probably see me there. I mean, Elena Sigmund's going to be doing the music. I always was the one to find the Easter egg songs. I was always running there. Guys would do their own thing. I'm like, no, I'm finding the song, man. I need to jam out to this.
Jam it, yeah. No, guys, I want to know, just to wrap it up eventually, what are we looking at when it comes to, you guys have seen clips now. You guys have seen the Blackout. You guys have seen multiplayer. Luckily, Megarom has actually given us a stand where we're going to actually test it out and see the new 5v5, you know, multiplayer mode. I want to know, the launch is next week, the 12th of October. What are you guys waiting to, what are you guys itching for? Like, what are you guys mostly excited about in regards to the new features that they've added?
Sam, that is a very tough question. That is a very, very tough question. Because, to be entirely honest with you, as a fan of all 3 modes, I don't know what I'm going to touch first. Most probably the zombies. Most probably, you know, that Titanic map looks very interesting. They have a map going back to, I think it's like Rome or something, a gladiator sort of arena. And yeah, so that looks most interesting to me. But like I said, it's a very, very tough question. All the modes look amazing. The multiplayer, the maps are designed perfectly for 5v5. I have no complaints there. The Blackout, it feels so smooth. It felt smooth in the beta. I can't wait to see what they do on release.
I'm jumping straight on multiplayer, man. I got this competitive drive in me. Like, don't get me wrong, I love casting, but this competitive fire in me is building up. And yeah, it's going to help me with my casting. So, you know, I'll delve a lot into the multiplayer, get some call-outs here and there, and just kind of feed that addiction that's settling in me. I mean, 8 years of competing, it's a long time. Like we were talking earlier, that kind of thing sits with you forever. You don't exactly leave your competitive aspect behind and just forget about it. It'll always build up with you, like some moth to a flame, hence the moth memes that's going around. But like, yeah, man, I'm just going to jump straight into multiplayer. Blackout and zombies, they'll be like, when we want to break, like when the grind gets a bit too tedious, then we'll be like, nah, let's just relax, kick back, land at estates and raid. And yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it.
But you're speaking about multiplayer, like you can't wait to play it. I want to know exactly why. What about it? What's that one thing that makes this the multiplayer to play?
It's a bit of a tough one. I would say the flow of combat. The game feels so fluid and fresh. Yeah. Because they took Black Ops 3, how it was great with how it felt with the gunplay and the flow of the maps, but they went back to boots on the ground. So now we've taken something old players love and something that the new players love as well, and just meshed it into one big party fest, and now we're just going to enjoy it. So I just think it's mainly just the gameplay of it is drawing me in so much, because I have that competitive drive in me, so whether it's a TDM or not, I'm going to sweat, man. That's just
Jason's
me.
on that race to prestige.
COD Nation hashtag. I think I need a good trend and go viral.
All right. Well, Moe, Jason, you guys giving us your guys' pro insight as to how the esports scene works and how Call of Duty works. I'm super excited to see it. But guys, remember, we are giving away a cool Black Ops 4 hamper that comes with a pretty cool cap. All you need to do is snap a picture of yourself at Glitched Africa stand this weekend rather, tweet using the hashtag Black Ops 4 rAge 2018 hashtag and tag Glitched Africa and Magarom Games, and you will get into the draw to win this cool hamper. All right, guys. Okay, awesome. Thanks for joining us today. Black Ops 4 releases on the 12th of October 2018 for PS4, Xbox One, and PC. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back again at 3 p.m. playing Butt Fighter. See you guys again soon.
The Call of Duty Black Ops 4 Blackout beta is live on PS4 right now, and this Battle Royale mode truly took us by surprise. Even in its beta state, the polish already shines brightly in everything from the gunplay with realistic ballistics to the mammoth detailed map that players fight on. Blackout has all the Battle Royale trimmings you would expect, from an area of play that gets progressively smaller as the time goes on, signified by a blue ring of death closing in, to inventory management, exploration and more. However, the one thing that really pushes Blackout to the next level is the minute-to-minute gameplay. Gunplay is everything you would expect from a Call of Duty title, with one exception: some very realistic bullet drop. Combine this gunplay with fast-paced movements, sliding and vaulting over objects, and you have one intense experience. Inside the massive map, you'll find weapons, first aid kits, ammo, and perks, as well as gadgets which you can equip. Managing your inventory feels like the most streamlined experience in a Battle Royale game to date, which allows you to focus on the gameplay even more. Weapons to destroy your enemies with isn't the only thing on the map, as there are a variety of vehicles to find and take advantage of the map. From the quad bike to the chopper and a nifty truck to load all your squad mates in. You'll need these vehicles to get around and avoid the blue circle closing in on you. But the most important aspect of the vehicle for me is the protection they provide from enemy bullets. Since the map is absolutely massive, it was imperative to find a vehicle and stock up on equipment from various areas such as Nuketown Island, a hotel that is still under construction, a plantation, a broken satellite area, and much more. If Treyarch continues down this path, polishing up the mode and adding even more to it in the coming months leading up to its full release, we might just have the new Battle Royale king on our hands, judging by our experience with the Blackout beta, of course. But that's all. Check out some more Blackout gameplay as we desperately try to survive in this gorgeous and deadly environment.
Hi there, and welcome back to Glitch. I'm Pippa Chabalala, and today we are playing local indie sensation Butt Fighter with lead artist Louis De Pisani and comedian Vittorio Leonardi. So just before we launch into all of that stuff, we're just going to have a quick look at the trailer.
Did you look at me funny? Liberty. Grim. It's unnecessary, Jonathan. Ah, yeah, uppercut. You're all good. Butt Fighter.
Okay, so I think that really in the spirit of this very awesome game, we're going to keep this very loose. Tell me about the things and the inspiration behind the things that are awesome. But
it's funny though, it's just like not discounting the local audience and going, how do we make a local game without pandering?
Yeah.
And we thought, you know what? The plot for Double Dragon will only work in New Jersey, Essex, and Four Ways. And that honestly is like the elevator pitch behind this game.
I was wondering how you managed to take surveillance footage from a local nightclub in Four Ways and just turn it into a game, and you've managed to. That's awesome.
No, the good news is that always lands up on the internet in any case. So if something happens in Parkhurst, that lands up on the internet. I mean, we have such a gem that we sit on, that we have the biggest boikie culture in the world, and we have the most fascinatingly melting pot of different kinds of puts melding together to form the fish-shaped brown crown of Johannesburg.
So, you know, the best part about this for me is that I think that everyone immediately, when you guys launched, released the first trailer for this, the first thing immediately, everyone was like, yeah, hey, but, like, it was like, you will automatically slip into, like, that Four Ways accent.
Sweet, back on baby, eh?
Everyone has butt Tourette's, as it turns out. You know, like, everyone has, like, a closeted butt within because it's funny. And butt culture is, like, everyone has a butt on their street. Every town has its butt and their butt jewel.
And even if you didn't have a butt on your street, you know you went to school with a butt. And if he wasn't a butt then, he's certainly a butt now.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
It's that old Nightmare on Elm Street line. Every town has a butt street.
Well, I can't add to that. That's about as best we can put it. We're going to now use that for the press release for the future.
DLC.
Absolutely, and certainly when you do your next trailer, you now have a trailer voice.
Every town has a butt street, boyki.
I'm sorry, China, but Gordon Laws is the best voice you could ever get. But you can come in and voice another character, China.
He can be the other butt, because you always have more than one butt.
There's always a second butt.
Or maybe you can be the Bennett. There we go.
I've done things in a dress once. I'm not proud of it. I needed the money.
I am going to leave that out because I'm not entirely sure that we need to know anything about you in a dress.
What happens in the dress stays in the dress. It's fine. It's fine. Boyki, it's fine.
Listen, China, when you get dripped to the West Rand of the Moon, you can go and voice all the robots.
All the robots?
The West Rand of the Moon.
All right, okay. So, apart from just the fact that, you know, let's do an awesome game like this, any particular inspiration behind, I mean, like, I can't even really, like, the art style. I mean, obviously, you've worked on Django as well. I can certainly see the similarities from that perspective.
What I want to do is that every time I went to Four Ways for a meeting on Django, because Graham and Michael lives in Four Ways, I'd always leave them a really abusive voice note about how terrible I think Four Ways is. And then I think somebody wrote an article about how certain games can't fly today, like Duke Nukem and, you know, like all these kind of like Shake It Baby kind of games. Like, yes, they won't, unless it happens in Four Ways, because
what happens in Four Ways stays in Four Ways.
And I think the fact that we're taking the piss out of, like,
unless you move and then, you know, it follows you, because SDE is for life.
But does the butt culture follow you?
A butt by himself is the one-man army butt.
Can you ever become an expert?
You only attack oaks when you have all your Chinas with you, and then you attack them from behind. That's a fair fight in butt culture.
I'm 3 steps away from butt. I'm Italian, which is almost Lebanese, which always brings a posse, which is butt.
You did a Mediterranean butt.
Yeah, which means I have money and I pay people to do it for me.
So you and all your Italian gays like to tackle oaks to check out your binnet, even by accident and not knowing they're Italian.
Exactly, but then it's a bit different because sometimes Italian oaks are checking my chick.
We can literally do this.
I was going to say, I am a little bit amused at how easily you guys slip into the accent, the Boot accent.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
My first experience of Boot culture was actually living in Pretoria, being a student, where I learned that if there was an attractive lass on the dance floor by herself dancing, do not approach, because that is the bouncer's girl and that is bait. That is a fight. That is Boot fight bait.
That is, well, okay, so I think, I still want to come back to things, but I think in terms of Boot fight bait, I think that perhaps what we should be doing is actually playing some Boot fighter.
Bait. Cool. Team.
Make a note of that.
Hashtag Boot fight bait.
Boot fight bait. I think that what we should do is go to some Boot fighter, because that is really what we are here to do.
Sweet.
Sweet, bro.
Okay, so I'm going to say forward, and then grab, and then you guys try and push the buttons.
Excellent. All right. Let's do the things. Let's do the things.
Sweet. Okay.
I hope that everyone gets audio of this back home.
Yes, cool. And that is exactly why we are going to be playing.
Otherwise, this is going to be a real short fight.
Medic.
Yes.
Oh wait, I'm going to hold it at your face. Okay. No, it's fine. I got this.
Cool.
Okay, I now have a purpose.
All right.
Me.
Hey, no, it's got to be me. Please, I think it's got to be me. There we go.
This is what nerds in the scientific community refer to as a demo. That means it's like practicing. So if something doesn't work, don't say anything or we'll drip you in the face. And also, sorry.
One night, I was out on the jaw, pretending to get to know a new and very attractive Bennett. I looked away.
I didn't know John Cena was in this.
Thinking that perhaps I should intervene in something that might probably not be my business, but require intervention nonetheless. And upon turning around, I did realize that somebody stole my Bennett. Realizing I was outnumbered by a lot of oaks, I had to clap in order to find out if they had anything to do with it. I did what any reasonable Norwegian champion would do. I called my Chinas.
Okay, so, well, actually, no, this is for the arcade game, so I don't know what the button configuration on that is.
Let's find out.
But you can block,
we will
do a special attack, you can move, you can mur, you can kick, you can run, and you can jump. And if you combine some running and some jumping, you'll do some, well, running and some punching. Okay, so Pippa, you are on...
I am Hard Eddie.
No, you are, wait, are you player 1?
I'm player 1.
Okay, so you are Hard Eddie, you are Mod C.
All right.
And you got to go to the right to drip oaks in the face.
That's it.
Oh, that's awesome, Brew. How did you do that special move, hey, Brew?
I think I pressed Y.
Cool.
So your meter on the top right has been depleted, and Pippa still has all her meter.
Yeah, you have time for more fights.
Hey, but listen, China, you got to fight like proper full meters. You must team up on oaks. You can't fight different oaks. You must fight them together.
Nice, hey, Brew.
Or you can push the special, and you can just clap everyone in one go.
Why are we fighting over minutes?
Oh, you don't want to fight. Come on, dude. You can't fight minutes. You have to find out. You have to fight other dudes.
Oh, is that a protein shake? Yeah, we fight. No, so it is it, right? We're fighting over Bennett.
Well, because you were at
the there's another Brew. Sorry,
and she was.
I missed the other Brew.
Does he know who I am? Yeah.
Does he know who you are, Brew?
There's a man now digging into your shirt. Okay, now what Pippa has done is gone to the suicide mission and done the correct thing by assembling the case.
Hey, stop picking up my protein shake, Brew.
Okay, to be honest, player 2 did need the protein shake because player 2 is quite bad at this.
It's okay, bro. It's fine. We'll talk later.
So, Gordon Laws and Greg Russell from the band Pestle.
Yeah. I went to school with Greg.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In Bryanston.
From Bryanston, hey? Because I'm from Bryanston. Yeah, but I'm not from Fourways.
And then various guys at the New Reality Studio.
There's the
voiced a lot of
button.
NPCs.
Okay. Sweet, bro. Mod C, that's lekker, bro. That's a hell of a lekker name.
So apart from, I'm gonna now ask people to do more than one thing at once and multitask. Apart from it seems I cannot multitask. So apart from obviously like your arcade version that you've got on show here, What are your plans for Boot Fighter?
As the artist and animator, I can definitely confirm on behalf of all of the dev guys standing around, it'll be on every platform forever. So we are developing for PC, and then hopefully porting to Xbox and mobile instantly, and then we're going to do PlayStation rollout directly afterwards.
We've got to fight the boss, bro.
I'm really liking the idea on mobile.
Yeah.
I think that is going to be amazing. I'm just gonna call in. I'm just calling in my posse, hey?
Okay.
Like,
it's okay. You called in the K. It's okay. Are we fighting Lolly Jackson, bro? Because that is just coming.
Oh, I just got. I just got smashed, dude. I just got smashed.
Okay, go
what
on, player one. You got to drip together. You got to drip as a team. Is that
okay.
Player one.
We need to tag team.
Come on, me. I'm just gonna kick this guy in his guy. This is what happens when you think about my mom.
Okay, go clap the boss when there's no bouncers. That's what you're going to do.
Ah, see.
Oh,
so now he's going to call in more dudes.
You also can. You can also call in. Use your.
Okay, player one needs that. Okay, well, player two just grabbed all the help he didn't need.
It's fine.
But isn't it just freaking typical? While your guy is in trouble, there's always a butcher who needs more. What the hell did he do? Fire up a zipper lighter?
He's definitely calling in his bruise.
Is that? Okay, you're one special move away from finishing. Pippa's out.
It's all down to you, Vic.
Yeah, but that's fine. Wherever there's a boot, there's always going to be more fights, bro.
Player two didn't really do you any favors by picking up all the health he didn't need at the time.
You know? Well, I feel like that you need to be using that special move, which is right there. Come on.
Use a special
Use the special move.
Use the special move, mate. And then go clap the boss.
And in comes all the rugby players.
Clap him.
And you also have another protein shake that you missed out.
Protein shake. I think he's just taking his time to die. You are this demo.
Thank you for joining our demo, Boots. One fine day. Kung Fu Boots. Stood on his mountain.
Even though you cannot hear it, there's some incredibly well-versed improv voiceover from our good friend Gordon Laws, who voices everything in this game. It's actually interesting how we do this. We don't script this game at all. Even the intro, everything. We just get in the studio, and Gordon just goes.
But Gordon is also really good at that kind of stuff. So I think, but I think to be able to do something like this with the sense of humor that you guys have kind of carried through into this, you need someone who can just like improv as they go and really sort of bring the four-ways, hey, bro.
We structure it and then we unleash the improv, and then we just have to animate afterwards and make sure that everything works.
What I like about this, you got Hard Eddie and you got Mod C, which is subtle.
Yes.
I love his army of Boot rugby players who come running past. That's very lekker. So his name's Beast, actually.
Yeah. But for legal reasons, it's not.
Yes, it's Boot Beast.
Yeah.
And what I love is the tribal tattoos, which means bugger all.
No, they might actually mean something in the final game. It might be the mark of their people.
No, but I mean like in like real life.
Oh, in real life.
Because boot tattoos mean bugger all in real life. Actually, I was worried. Are you going to be worried like reprisal attacks? But what happens when Four-Way sees this?
Well, I think surely Four-Ways has its own sense of humor that it can appreciate the butts. And it can appreciate that butts can be funny.
As an Afrikaans person, I'm allowed to say this. You always kind of go, yes, I'm Afrikaans, but I'm not like those Afrikaans guys. Are exactly the same. Like, yeah, but I like Jim and Fake Dan and Tribals and Mudding Oaks who don't deserve it, but I'm not like those butts, you know?
Yeah, man, it's like Jono, it's just like you, man. Look, he's got a peak cap just like you, Jono.
I like to clap Jim in a few lines, and a few unsuspecting Oaks who checked out my Bennett, even though they didn't know that she was my Bennett, but I'm not like the butt.
But it's just like I'm a bit of a butt, but I'm not that butt.
I'm not that butt. Yeah, I'm not butt.
So every butt that has played this game laughed and said, yeah, it's good you actually ripping on those butts, eh?
So then the other side is that, what is the sequel? Is the sequel like, you know, Revenge of the Bennetts?
It could be the tale of Butt Banner, the Incredible Bulk. It could be anything. I
feel like there needs to be a Bennett sequel here.
Yeah, but you know what? We actually...
Bennett bites back, but...
Bennett bites back, but...
And this is probably something we should speak off camera about, but like, guys have a feedback loop that they deal with aggression with more aggression because it's a convenient feedback loop for people who like to fight. Gordon Laws is very wise insight. Women don't have that natural instinct to destroy someone in public. They'll do it slyly, like on the internet. But guys like to fight each other in person in front of an audience, laugh.
Which is where boxing came from, and MMA.
Sure.
But our lead dev had this great idea for a character called Brakpanzel. Where we just have to figure out where to incorporate.
So one of the things that I really love that you guys have been doing is the town versus town vibe on social media, which is like really, it's been quite successful. I think people have engaged with it quite a lot. And which town has come out on top?
Well, Benoni got the most love, and unfortunately we paired Benoni up with Parkhurst, and
but Benoni is always going to win over Parkhurst.
Yeah, but you have lawyers, you know, and Gash, then you can always drib, you know, post drib. It's interesting though, because that was like, it wasn't like a big clever idea that we had in a marketing meeting. It's all like, okay, it's Friday, we should post something. What should we do? Like, I know, we should do a poll. Go on Facebook. Okay, we're only allowed to do two options. Like, all right, well, we'll make it town versus town.
Yeah.
So that conversation lasted maybe 6 minutes. And now that's one of the things.
And now that's one of the things.
This whole game was just that, like, you know what, we should try this. Okay, let's do it. It was not like this thing where we sat together with like marketing gurus.
You mean you made a game for fun?
For fun, yeah.
And I feel like that this game, you know, in a lot of ways kind of came out of nowhere. It was sort of, you know, people were maybe focused more on Django, which is a very different kind of thing. And I think you can see that you've worked on both of them because it's a very like clear, very particular art style that everyone is kind of aware of that there is a similarity, but it's not actually the same team that's working.
It's not, but it's interesting because in the first main room in Django is the bar where you have all of these gaming observations, and this entire game could have been one observation in the bar in Django. So that hat was already being thoroughly worn. So you can argue that, you know, Django kind of paved the way for this to exist.
Yeah.
But you know, we all have personal lives. And,
of course.
And Graham, what
is a personal life? What do you mean? You are a dev slave. That is all you do. You just sit and do this thing and nothing else.
Stories of free time. But it's that thing of watching this, and no word of a lie. A friend of mine used to be a bouncer at Billy the Bums, and it's that. These people who have these massive upper bodies, little tiny bodies, like if they fell down, they'd fall back up again.
I'm glad you caught that reference, because every character in this game, well, every male character in this game have got really, really dack upper bodies and really thin
little
legs.
tiny bodies.
Every single one of them has.
And the reason why they have the big
you
bodies
need to check out their guns, hey, bro.
Yeah, they've got the big bodies put, because if people make fun of their legs, then you know, tomorrow's leg day, but for now it's more time.
Friends don't let friends skip leg day, but...
And clearly they did, so how many friends could they have?
They don't have that many. Their posse is not, they're not real friends.
Posse's a hard word, but...
There are some subtle nuances. You picked up on a character name as well, you know, like a big rugby supporter, you know, there's like a little political nuance in there.
Oh yeah, there's tons of them.
Somebody called somebody else in Parliament a certain model C.
Yes.
So that's where that name came from.
Yeah, but I mean,
and we all had a good laugh.
A few years ago, I gave a TEDx talk at TEDx Soweto, and it was specifically about video games as a medium for social change. And it's something that has been an interest of mine for a long time. It's something that I've written a lot about. And I feel like looking at indie games are always like the best place for that kind of commentary, because you know, big game studios tend to be a little bit more cautious about like making any overt commentary on things, whereas I think you actually in an indie game you pretty much I mean, exactly.
It's a joke. Everyone must know. It's like if you get offended by this, I mean,
exactly. You can't be offended, but it's also it's a nice place to sort of bring in those small little references that you can be like, yes, we might as well do this thing.
But it's a big part of this game. There's an underlying thinking, which is like, I'm a child of '82. And we were raised to be the captain of the rugby team, be the biggest oak in the room. We're raised by Sylvester Stallone and Chuck Norris, date the hottest girl in school, go to Stellenbosch, study chartered accounting and make a whole lot of money, get your house to Jeffreys Bay by 27. Yeah. That's where we were raised, and now all of that we were raised with is wrong, because it's not progressive.
Yeah.
So this game is ironically taking it's kind of a salute swan song to all of that alpha male nonsense that we were raised with.
And this is the thing, is that I think that if you absolutely can bring in elements like that, and you can be able to use games like this as a sort of as a way to comment on social situations and your environment and all of those kinds of things. I think that really does bring an added element to it. And I like the fact that this is so South African, like any South African person.
It's not pandering.
So,
He didn't go,
absolutely.
It doesn't pander at all.
But I mean, the point is that like people can pick it up and play, and they immediately recognize someone they know. And if they don't recognize someone they know, they recognize the culture, because this is all about us.
But I mean, that's all good social commentary does that, where it goes, you've seen this before, you know you've seen it before. You don't have to talk about it. We'll do it for you. Just let us show it to you. And it's what I love about this is it's yet another reason to laugh. I mean, the second I heard the names of Buttfighter, yeah. This needs to be done.
Though, I gotta give Gordon Laws credit, because I think like we should make a Buttfighter game. And that was literally the working title.
Yeah.
And then I was trying to think of different names, you know, like, I'm not going to tell you what the other names were. Of course, no, shut up. It's Buttfighter.
Because they're not as good as Buttfighter.
Yeah, and you kind of go like, oh, it's not clever enough. It's too derivative. It's like, no, that's the point. The point is that this is an aggression feedback loop. Guess what? Guys like to fight and be macho. Just go with the name that describes that the best.
Absolutely.
And it's harmless fun. I mean, I think our guys, our main characters, all, even though they are a bit, I'm gonna say the word that rhymes with Rus, they are a bit of that, but they truly believe that they are on an honorable quest to save his damsel in distress. You don't know why she left, but they have to fight everyone to find out if they had anything to do with it, because guess what? They just like to fight.
What's the bet? At the end of the game, you find out this Bennett's been in the bathroom the whole freaking time. The whole time, and she still wants a tequila.
Maybe he's right. Maybe we have to rewrite a bit of the game all of a sudden.
But this is the thing, I mean, I was looking at one of the demos that I saw for this. It was the intro of Street Fighter, essentially.
Yes.
And it makes perfect sense, because in Street Fighter you fight Sagat, and in this game you see your Khat.
Yeah, very good.
So it works.
Did you have that one in the chamber for a while? You go like, all right, I'm going to knock them dead.
He's been sitting here the entire time going, yes, I just need an opportunity to throw this out.
I've got a minute here, I've got to throw these out.
Okay, here's the thing about that Street Fighter intro. It's all like, in the demo, it's like the white guy punches the black guy, and now the YouTube comments go like, how could they? It's like, it's just two guys fighting. In our one, it's the white guy punching the bouncer, and then the bouncer clapping him back and coming horribly short. Because that's what happens. We even based the bouncer on one of our favorite characters that used to bounce at Roxy's in Melville. Hence the big gold chain.
I know exactly who you mean. I think that just shows how old I am, actually. Anyway.
Pippa, you're 25, sure.
That is right. I am 25. You're right.
I'm this many.
I'm this many years old. I'm 25. I do not know who you refer to, nor the club to which you refer.
Can I do something incredibly, like, I'm going to break the fourth wall. Could any of my team just take a picture of this and load this on the internet to show that we're actually doing something here? Okay, guys, let's do some social media. Looking at you, Nick. Take a picture of us doing press, okay? We need to prove the fact that we are doing this. And then tagging these people. Can we just do this thing now, where we just pose for a photo midstream? Break the fourth wall.
You know what? Absolutely. Do the things.
Okay.
Pose for the photograph.
There we go, boys. That's how you do social media.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, where do you see this going? I mean, do you have like bigger plans to be able to expand it to farts? How do you see? Do you want to fart some more?
Well, okay. Exclusive for Glitch. We have a bonus level where you literally fight standard grade maths.
Yeah.
Test your maths.
Well done, Butch. You've unlocked the special educational level.
We sometimes go like, okay.
Not all Buts are bad at maths, hey, bro.
It's just maths literacy. You have to speak 1 + 1 in cock.
So it's funny though, because we kind of go, okay, how do we gamify the joke that we came up during the meeting? You know, how do we let's not make a side-scrolling fighting game. If we need to make a level that doesn't involve going from left to right and punching the cuck out of everyone that you find, how do we make that into a standalone level? So I know it seems like a Final Fight double track and you know, kind of Streets of Rage, you know, kind of thing now, but we are going to have different levels because the fight is not limited to left to right. So we're going to do all of the fights.
I think it's going to be sweet.
Yes, we have to finish it by March, because deadlines are good. We don't know which March, but we will finish it
by
March.
By a March.
By a March.
A March. It
could be
anyone, bro.
Daddy, when you coming home for Christmas? When you coming home? Christmas, but which one? I don't know yet.
Oh, you know. Times change. Got to change with them, bro.
So yeah, we're very excited about this, but I mean, like, even the Facebook page, just got impatient. Like, guys, I'm just making a Facebook page. What should we upload? I don't know. Let's put some sound onto that gameplay thing we sent through, and then that thing went poof. So all of this.
So that's exactly what I was saying earlier. I mean, this kind of seemed to come out of nowhere. You know, like it was just suddenly there was this. Here's a thing. And we're doing a thing, and it was like, oh my goodness, like what is this?
Fire,
and how awesome.
then we aim, and then we ask if we're ready. That's exactly the approach of this game.
But I think certainly in this context, it has worked really, really well as a social media strategy, as a publicity stunt. Really.
We have not put a single cent into a Facebook post, and we never will.
But that is amazing. The fact that it is still getting so much engagement, and you haven't actually put money into those things.
But I think it's brilliant because it proves that if something is cool, it will sell itself.
It will, exactly.
Somebody told me, no, there's this fighting game called Butt Fighter. I said, what do you mean, like Street Fighter? I said, yeah, but
1 out of 3 people who saw this game went, no way, I thought it was a meme. They were like, no way, we just thought it was an amusing meme that somebody came up with.
Nah.
And they played it, they really enjoyed it, and then bought all our swag.
But that's the thing, I just love the fact that you got the finger guns, Brett. That's just little touches, finger guns.
It was almost this, but we thought, let's not do that.
Right, the shocker. Now, that's at the end of the day when you find the binnet again.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
For legal reasons.
For legal reasons, okay.
But yeah. Cool, guys.
I'm going to do a barrel roll behind this very comfortable couch.
You're not playing Dark Souls now.
So, where can people find out more if they feel that our long-winded, rambling conversation was not enough?
Well, I would just like to make an apology for Jose Suarez, the guy that was going to do the marketing strategy for our social media. Everything just went big before he had a chance to catch up. So for right now, just look on Facebook for Butt Fighter, as you can see. And we opened an Instagram page yesterday for the sake of rage, because everyone at the previous Expo was like, what's your Instagram? Don't have one!
Like, sorry.
Would you like a sticker? So for now, we're going to implore everyone to go to Facebook, because that's where the joy happens. And Instagram, if you more inclined towards the Instagram. And Stephen will be making us a website now, and that'll happen.
Now they need to have a
Wix.
website, because yes, apparently it's doing quite well.
Well, we're very thankful for everyone that supported us thus far. You're all very special. Thanks, guys.
We love
Do I
you
look like
too,
a chicken sitting like this, by the way? Because that's the only way that I can fit into this.
No, this is
chair.
T-Rex.
This T-Rex.
It's chicken is T-Rex, angry T-Rex.
Angry chicken.
And the funky
Angry
chicken.
That's how to derail an interview.
This is true. This is true. This is the way.
Well, we said we're going to keep it loose. Not lame, just a little loose.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming through. We'll see you soon, hey, Tanis.
Yeah, but
yeah. So we'll check your oaks again. We'll check your oaks again, and we'll be back at 4 p.m. when we talk to this other bot about Comic-Con. Hey. So check out our highlight reel of day 2. We'll check you guys later.
Sweet man, fist bump, Brett.
That was too convincing. You're way too good at that.
I'm the Cheshire Cat, and you're watching Glitched at rAge.
Really impressed with the crowd. It's far more tech orientated, which is really cool. Other events do tend to be split, but this is all about the gaming, which is super rad.
I've been walking through the rain, don't know where I'm going. My head's leading me astray, yeah, you follow nowhere.
I haven't been to Comic-Con, but like I prefer rAge because there's a lot more gaming culture rather than comics and anime. So rAge for me is more interesting for me.
Myself. Not her, the Joker. I thought we're friends.
Hello, it is Princess Peach reporting from rAge 2018. It is so hot that I had to get some ice cream.
rAge just has a completely different vibe that you can't change.
Makes it all forgiven. I feel my cover will be blown. My fears will fall.
Hi there, I'm Pippa Chabalala. Now, this is absolutely not in our schedule, but we figured that we should take advantage of the opportunities that are presented to us. So I have with me now in studio Arthur Goldstuck, who has pretty much been in the gaming and tech industry for a while. I mean, like, I've known you sort of over the years and like in various capacities. You're at Rage every year, but I mean, how are you finding Rage this year? And sort of just give us a bit of a background maybe on your experience of the industry and how it's evolved and changed.
Rage seems a bit smaller this year, but no less crowded. So in past years, it's been a massive spectacle. And it's a bit less of a spectacle this year, but perhaps more of an experience, because there's, in fact, more to see, because all the space isn't taken up by esports, or at least a big chunk of the space. So in a sense, it forces you to have a look at more of the smaller stands.
Yeah.
Things like meeting game developers and comic book artists and the like.
Yeah.
I've got a great passion for comics. I once owned a comic book store. I lost a fortune on it.
in the days before comic books was a profitable industry.
Exactly, exactly. A little bit too early. But in those days also, I was editing the computer supplement of the Mail and Guardian. It was called PC Review.
Yeah.
And we were the first to do real consumer reviews of computer products, including games. And gaming was just beginning then as a big software industry.
You were mentioning Toxic Bunny earlier, which, I mean, if those people who don't know, Toxic Bunny is sort of one of the first locally produced games by Celestial Games. Celestial Games, yeah.
The people behind Celestial today made Toxic Bunny back then, and then I think tried to bring it back a few years ago.
Yeah.
But perhaps this time was the 1990s. That's how far back one looks. So you see a massive evolution in gaming, and the number of people developing games locally as well, making money out of games by selling them internationally. So that also creates a buzz. And in the past, when I used to come to Rage, my first stop was always the local developers, the Celestial guys and others. And it was always very quiet. I could always try out every single one of the games because it wasn't too crowded.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, now in comparison, there's queues. So I mean, even for Boot Fighter, which we had on the previous segment, I mean, Boot Fighter as a local was kind of like burst onto the local indie scene. We hadn't really been anticipating seeing anything like it, even though some of the team members are like Louis, for example, is the same, worked on Django, worked on Boot Fighter, both of them very successful local games. And there have been a number of video games in recent years, local games that have done really well and have garnered a lot of like international attention and have won awards. And it's really, for me, it's really gratifying to see how the local game development industry has grown so much, and the fact that the standard is absolutely world class.
And that's just in the last 2 years, because 2 years ago there was none of that kind of buzz. And I think, although it's a pity that we don't have the massive esports arenas, I think their absence has allowed that kind of stand to really stand out and be one of the big attractions of Rage. So my hope is that in future people are going to come here specifically to see what is coming out of South Africa.
I mean, I think they will. You know, the other side of it is also that, like, yes, I mean, the NAGLAN has also been moved into a different area of the dome, which I think is what helped open it up a little bit. It makes it seem a little bit more spacious. But yes, there's not the massive esports presence that there was last year. But you're right, it's certainly no less busy for that. Yeah. And I've spoken to a lot of people who feel like that they're actually okay with that they are fine with esports not being here specifically because of the rise of events like Rush, which is completely dedicated and focused on esports. Right. So, you know, we still have those dynamics, and like we still have a lot of the, like Bravado has got a stand here. So there is still an esports presence, but not a competitive esports presence on the floor per se.
Right, yeah. And I think it's going to change a lot more in the next few years as well, as the sponsorships and the prize money starts increasing as well, because there's now massive awareness of what a big sector it is globally, how much money is going into it. $25 million prize money for one competition.
No, I mean it's unreal, and you know I think about where even from a tech perspective, like I mean I've been in this sort of tech and gaming industry for probably about 10 years, and that's sort of like in the region of there, and even in that what is a relatively short space of time, seeing how it's grown and how people's approach to marketing products has changed, the evolution and the change in the audience, and what went from a very sort of niche area, like if you were interested in that, like you generally had a particular bent to your interest, but like now it's so across the board accessible, and that has made it's a very big change in such a short space of time.
Sure, and you'll probably look back on this year's rAge or this conversation in 5 years' time, and
look at how another leap has taken place.
It's changed by then, and I do think it is the professional esports side of things that is going to transform gaming dramatically. I had a chat with Jana, the captain of the Bravado girls team, the finesse team earlier, and she was saying how it's now starting to become acceptable for girls to go into the tech space and into gaming as a profession.
So I mean, I think it's about going into esports as a profession, not just like the gaming sort of journalism side. We've kind of been there for a while, but like as an esports, to have female esports players. And the other side of that, and a conversation that I've had with a lot of people is, do I think, or as an industry, do we think that it needs to be separate, or does it something that can be integrated? And I know for a lot of people, they've said that they feel like having separate teams is in a way a safe space, because there's no pressure to be that much better, because you have to prove yourself. You prove yourself as a player outside of gender, and then at a later, I personally at a later stage would like to see an integration of that like everyone is playing as themselves, not this is the male team, this is the female team. The prize money is different, because I mean that's also another drama in the great sports industry, I think.
Yeah, I think gaming still probably needs its Me Too moment, but right now it probably is appropriate for that kind of safe space. But in time, I think people will start, the boy gamers in particular will start getting used to the idea that actually these creatures called girls are actually equal to them, and especially once the skills levels, because we know that because girls came so much later into it in this country, the skills levels are at a lower level, but that will catch up.
Well, I'll be honest, I think to a certain extent it has caught up already. I mean, certainly if you're looking at a lot of the teams who are starting to make a name for themselves, like the female teams who are making a name for themselves and who are out there putting everything into it, like maybe they don't have as much backing behind them, but they are certainly reaching a level where they are competing on the same level, or at least close to, depending on the team, the male teams. So it is certainly something, I mean, I would like to see continue to grow.
Yeah, I think it'll be, in future it'll be silly to talk about a female league and a male league.
Absolutely.
And that will be healthy when there isn't a distinction between the two. And I think that'll also be part of the professionalism of esports, and in South Africa as well. As I said earlier, with prize money growing every year and the higher profile of global esports having a spillover into South Africa, we will see it become professional here as well. Obviously at a much lower level. But when you see South African teams doing so well internationally, then that has to feed back into this country.
And I mean, it's very gratifying, absolutely. So, I mean, what is your, just on a very Expo focused level, what has been maybe your favorite thing you've seen this weekend?
At rAge?
At rAge, yeah.
That's a very difficult question. I think I've been looking forward to Assassin's Creed, and I've watched the trailers online, but seeing it on the big screen.
Have you had a chance to go and play it?
I haven't played it yet.
Oh, you must go and do it.
I'm looking forward to that. So I can't wait to have a look at that.
Our first session when we started streaming, and everyone was like, oh, what are you looking forward to? Every single person was like Assassin's Creed, because I think it's had a lot of hype for us, but also having played, I played a little bit at E3. I mean, the game was released yesterday, and I think that certainly it lives up to the hype. So.
Sure. But what I'm excited about is to see the massive interest in FIFA 2019 because I'm a big FIFA fan, a big football fan. And that's the game I'm playing at home at the moment. So to see the enthusiasm for it here is, for me, quite validating in a way. But I think what I always look forward to is seeing the local games. So the Table Realm stand. I was delighted to see the buzz around that. And then the local comic book artists. I had a chat with one of the artists earlier with the latest copies of his series that he's been creating. So that is a highlight for me as well.
So fantastic. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to be moving on to our next session shortly, so make sure you stick around. We will be back at 4 p.m. with our final discussion of the day. Bit of a serious note, but we're going to be talking about the Sunday Times Comic-Con debacle. We'll catch you guys again soon. Hi there, and welcome to our last session of the day. Now, we're ending the day on a bit of a serious note, I guess, but it is a very important discussion to have. We did have a discussion around this topic as well yesterday, but we're going to take a slightly different angle on it today. For those of you just joining us, I'm Pippa Chabalala, and on stage with me are Liz Allen and Chris Jordan. Hi, guys. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. You're most welcome. Yeah.
Now, I don't know how many people saw the Sunday Times article that came out just after Comic-Con, and there was all that sort of drama that kind of came off the back of that. For those people who, for some weird reason, have not seen it, in a nutshell, the writer wrote an article that was rather scathing of the attendees of the convention, and Sunday Times published it as a review, claiming only after a lot of bad social media that it was satire, which I very strongly disagree with. Now, I see a couple of immediate problems with this article. Now, I think there are a lot of problems with this article, but I think for me, the most obvious one and the real problem for me was the fact that it was published as a review. Yeah. And I very firmly believe that, I mean, everyone their opinion, that is fine, but this was like really condescending, and the writer was quite obviously annoyed and sort of quite offended by the people that he was talking about. And the fact that it's phrased as a review, I feel like people who might have been on the fence about going to Comic-Con, or maybe perhaps coming to Rage, really sort of feel this is kind of off-putting. It's the kind of thing that they would, you know, might initially have been like, oh, maybe I'll go to read something like that. I would be like, I don't want to associate with those people. I don't want to go to that. And that was kind of how I felt about that. I feel that it's quite irresponsible on the part. And I think as media, it's not to say that you can't be humorous or that you can't encourage anything like that, but I do feel that it came across really badly. It was very critical of a community that is exactly...
Look at that title. Look at that title.
So the title alone, and then my other argument is that, like, you're taking... did those cosplayers realize that they were going to be in an article that's now essentially like fat shaming, talking about the vomiting pixie? We have referred to this on more than one occasion, and you know, as somebody who for me has kind of always identified as a geek, and I'm quite proud about that fact. I don't have a problem with that. I don't feel marginalized because of this, and I'm quite happy in that community. But I'm also not the kind of person who takes offense easily. This is also the thing. I've got a relatively thick skin. I don't feel like, oh, well, I was super offended because it was directed at me, but I thought it was in very bad taste, and I feel that the Sunday Times should have been more discerning in publishing something like that. So, your thoughts?
I'm gonna first say that this is a legacy medium. So we have three big legacy mediums, our granddaddies or grandmommies or whatever of media. So print is the first. It's the biggest and the longest running. We have radio, we have television, right? We have digital that comes on, and yes, digital is an extension of what these legacy mediums are. You said there. Well, I mean, let's just think about how this thing went out. This is a premeditated medium as well. We have a long line of command, like a long chain of command.
Absolutely.
We're setting out, we're saying, listen, yeah, okay, cool. What stories are we going to do? Yeah, I think you should do this. The news editor or whoever it is saying, or your features editor is saying, listen, yeah, I'd like you to take this angle. Let's discuss this. There are many people going around. This guy, or this, let's say this journalist, right, did not work in isolation. And another thing is that...
I absolutely agree.
So let's say first is the chain of command. Premeditation...
This is not a blog. This is not like some random blog that some guy put up a thing and you can kind of go, well, that's one person's opinion. The number of layers it went through to get to this point.
Again, this whole thing about legacy mediums, standing on a foundation where we look at, let's say, newspapers, right? Sunday Times, National, it's been around forever, right? You want to have a sense of integrity as well in what your accountability for what you decide is journalistic integrity. Journalistic integrity and accountability and independence at the end of the day. This cannot be excused because someone didn't see it beforehand.
Yeah.
And I get kind of like I get kind of upset because this is my industry. I've been in broadcasting and media, new media, for 18 years.
Yeah.
I dedicate my career to this, and so yes, this is not an offense only to the geek culture and what they had said, but the way that it is written, it's like, you know what? Now I must expect my public, my viewers, my listeners, my readers, to interpret what I meant afterwards. Do you see what I'm saying to you? That's not our job. That's your job.
Well, that's a question about, so your background, Chris, predominantly in radio.
Yeah.
One of the things about communication is communication, a lot of it's nonverbal, a lot of it's nonverbal communication. So when you have a medium where you're only limited to one avenue of communication, in this, it's the written word.
Yeah.
In radio, you need to be really careful about how clear you are in the message that goes out, how it's intended, is this a joke, etc. How important is it, and what are the things that you do in radio to make sure that message comes right? Because you're only dealing with the oral aspect.
Well, the beautiful thing about radio is that, you know, we do it live and it's real time. It's real people talking about real things to other real people, you know, again. But but does that give us an excuse to not think before we speak? So my first boss said to me, you need to have 2 filters as a radio broadcaster, and remember what you need to say. Just earlier this, and I don't have to shame anybody in this in naming. Earlier this week, we had a broadcaster being taken off air because he did not intend to say certain things about a certain political leader because it was meant in another context. But your job, my friend, is to do your job.
Your job is to think before you say something. Yes,
exactly.
absolutely.
Because no, but listen. In all honesty, I get an accountant. If you balance my books and you take, I mean, you're off by $5,000 every time I'm doing it. Is that okay?
Yeah,
so where are we experiencing mediocrity as an acceptable nature just because we live on a public forum or public? I say we're media.
Yeah.
What we do is public. So our work is public. An accountant might not be in a public realm, but is still held accountable for his or her actions.
And part of the problem for me with regards to the Sunday Times is that, firstly, I mean, I don't know if you saw that Glitch published the emails between somebody who wrote in who we are in contact with, and then their editor. And part of the issue for me was that, firstly, the response, there was never a public response or a public anything. And I certainly was not the only person tweeting about it, although that tweet of mine got a massive amount of engagement. And a lot of people were like, oh my goodness, like what is happening here and why would people say this? Not one response. To date, I have not heard a response. We did actually invite them to come on to the
which was actually too nice, to be quite honest, because you're trying to be, no, I'm not being ugly. I'm saying you're doing half the work for them again.
Absolutely, but at the same time, part of the discussion between myself and Les was, I feel like often in a community that is, I don't think that, the geek community is marginalized per se, but in a community that has traditionally perhaps been a bit marginalized, we tend to be quite sensitive about stuff. Sure. And so people get all up in arms and say, oh, it's offensive and this, and so for example, some people reported them to the press ombudsman, which I think was an overreaction. I think that they're not breaking any laws or any sort of codes in that respect. So that, to me, I feel was a bit extreme. But at the same time, when we are going to say things like this, I feel like there needs to be a context. And the context is that we were like, all right, fine, let us help educate. If you say that you didn't feel that it was offensive or anything like that, let us talk you through it. We'll explain why we feel it was a problem, because then we can all get a greater understanding of everything. But even then, there wasn't even a response, let alone anything else.
May I say something in that?
Yeah.
To them, you're not important enough right now.
Of course I'm not.
It's not about you not being important enough. That's why you need to attack the media. Yeah. It's not about the article, and it's not about them understanding your culture. Yeah. You have to understand that you need to attack the process and the professionalism of what the the skill set and what their servitude to a public is. That's what you need to actually go for. If you want to have these things, let's say pulled or like you say redacted or whatever it may be, I don't know what the words are, right?
Yeah.
You actually have to go for where the jugular hurts when it comes to media. And I'm not being, I'm not being aggressive,
no,
but if you want
I
something to work,
absolutely do understand. And I also I work in media, I work in TV, so like it's in a different context. But at the same time, I do feel that everyone, all that kind of stuff needs to be curated. There needs to be a continuous check to see what is going on. What are you putting out there? Are people going to be offended? And this doesn't mean that, in the context of that you never get complaints from the BCCSA, for example.
Exactly.
People will complain. Doesn't matter what it is. People like to complain. People will complain about anything. The difference is if you can firstly, depending on the complaint, go back and say this was the intention, whatever. Sometimes they will accept that. Sometimes they will not. And okay, God, that's broadcast media, but I feel like the same standards really do need to apply across the board, that if somebody is offended, at the very least you can go, okay, fine, we understand.
At least acknowledge it.
At least acknowledge it. And then their supposed, geek celebration article, which was that secondary article, which I felt was, let us get a whole lot of random facts and put them in an article that was so badly written. And I was like, what is happening here?
And then there was the slide over to masculinity and all of a sudden, and rape and abuse. I was like, where did I just go with this article?
Well, suddenly we were going to toxic masculinity, and it's like, well, I mean, every industry has toxic masculinity. This is the thing. That is not exclusive to the geek industry. So, sorry, there's a pyramid head walking over there, and that is awesome from Silent Hill. I'm just going to
we're going to geek
Sorry, I always just need to just be like, awesome, carry on.
That's the article that Pippa brought up. The second week, for those who didn't know, there was as was promised by the editor in their response to the individual, that we're going to write another piece that's positive about geek culture. Now, and we mentioned it this morning, it's 2,000 words that tries to encompass all of geek culture, which has so many
and all the issues and Gamergate and toxic masculinity and all these different things.
It was a consolation prize that actually was 2 weeks off. I'm saying
from a radio perspective, from a broadcast perspective, how important is it to handle your responsibility? What I mean by this is, it felt like a very cursory look at a number of sections without explaining what these things were. And you can't just say, it's too hard. There are too many, so we didn't bother trying. How does broadcast have to handle its responsibility to deal fairly and accurately with the topics it's looking at?
You know, what's odd is that in radio we're held immediately accountable. You saw people are losing their jobs for a word that they say. I'll use an example of a presenter that went on air and and said on air, listen, there's been a cure for cancer, okay? And this was in the States where one single case was found to be found in remission due to certain treatments. So it was very isolated. But you understand, as an authority of a conduit of information, which is exactly what broadcasting is, right? You listen to the radio, you hear someone speaking, you believe what they're saying. Before that was the news, which gives you indicators of the way that it may be.
And you are essentially spreading false misinformation there. I mean, like in that context, and that there is a responsibility that comes along with that.
Course.
I mean, you know.
But now, can you just imagine? So someone, it's maybe me that has now cancer. Now because I hear a presenter say there's a cure. That's what they say. But I don't, you see, as a listener, I'm not the one who's going to say, oh, did I read it in the news or did I hear it in the news? Because then it's only real. I'm listening to it on a commercial station or a community station, a public forum.
It's not something that I read on Facebook.
Exactly. And the thing is that now your mother is ill, your father, your brother, your sister, your partner, your whatever it is, your child. You go home with a sense of purpose.
Yes.
Because you have information and fact. And people go and act on that. There was a massive deal on that happened just immediately. We were held accountable immediately for something that you might think is, well, I mean, you know, we shouldn't have taken it that far as a people, but that's ridiculous. If you get the petrol price wrong, So I, by mistake, say it's R1.06, and it's R1.60, but the person that goes and fills in petrol sees 160, they're going to blame the petrol station first.
Yeah.
Because they heard it on the radio.
Because you're an authority.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And that's the thing with, so just to kind of answer your question, is like, we are held immediately accountable. I believe that in broadcasting it is, well, we're not the saints and the martyrs, really. It's because of that real-time aspect.
Yeah.
TV still has a little bit of a lag, and print has a massive lag that relays afterwards.
But that for me is part of the reason that they absolutely should have responded on a public forum, because if you were given the opportunity to respond on social media, which is so much more immediate, that you can go, oh my goodness, I did not, sorry, we did not, it was meant as a joke, we did absolutely not realize that people would take it like that, we are so sorry. I mean, Taylor yesterday was saying, when we were having the same discussion, she said, you know, people would just have liked an apology. They would have liked them to say, we're really sorry, we did not mean to offend anyone, and let's move on. And the community probably would have gone, okay, cool, let's move on. Because no one wants to be in a sort of, that kind of relationship. It's draining for everyone, but like it's still, it's something that no one wants to get upset over things like this.
And the thing is that the fact that their go-to was that it was a parody is even worse, because like you can't even say that you didn't realize. If let's say it was 3 people that got upset, I'd understand whether you didn't understand public opinion or let's say reaction.
So this was my thing, is that if it was like 1 or 2 people, you must always expect 1 or 2 complaints in everything you do. I know that working in media, absolutely, if everyone likes you, you're doing it wrong. But nevertheless, if an entire community is coming out and saying, absolutely not, this is unacceptable.
Then how did you get it anyway so wrong? You knew what you were doing. That's the thing. That's why I say premeditated.
And people like The Citizen, really, really smart to be responding like so quickly on something like that, saying, oh, okay, cool. And of course, for them it works because it's a competitor. But the fact that they can immediately respond and say, this was the situation, and respond with an article reporting on that, that works in their advantage as well.
Can I tell you, and this is a massive assumption, it's not a claim, I don't know of any reliable, whatever it is, they have egg on their face. Sunday Times has egg on their face. They have this community of people that it's not that they're not, like I said earlier, you're not important in the aspect that they don't want to take action. You could have been any group of people, eh? It just depends on like, so they're sitting there and saying, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
So they just carried on saying, I don't know what to do.
Exactly. That's what they kept saying.
I don't know what to do. I don't think about it. La, 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 la.
It really is. Is that not really what's happened? There's someone in at the top or making decisions that says, so if we apologize, we look what? He doesn't or she doesn't know. That's the problem. This person doesn't know what they're doing. Because otherwise they would have made the very simple response in any response. It could have been bad, it could have been good, it could have been mediocre, but then it would have been educated. It would have been an educated decision.
Absolutely.
Is what I'm saying to you, But they didn't do that. And so again, accountability at the end of the day.
So accountability. The outlets that are viewed with authority, so radio, the media, effectively, when they do this, you advocate that we need to go for the jugular, we need to hold them to that standard and make them accountable.
To the medium standard, that's the thing. But the mediums, every job is servitude to someone, right? So we have a service to the public, a public. And I know that sounds obvious. McDonald's has a service to the public, but ours is a bit more.
An information service.
We're super powerful.
Yes, it is absolutely powerful, and it's not like, oh well, McDonald's is serving this burger this week, and that it doesn't matter. That's got nothing to do.
It's not going to change people's lives.
Exactly, but misinformation and the way that information is communicated absolutely can have a massive and very far-reaching impact.
And that's so. Yes, sorry. Just to so you were saying in terms of what is it that we really need to do is you have to eradicate the problem. That's the thing. How do you eradicate the problem? You have to. I know it sounds so redundant. Take action. I know that we took action. Are we not happy about the response? We're not. Let's take more action. Remove the person from there. Otherwise, no one will buy your really expensive paper, by the way, which you need the money for. And you know what it is? It's not about getting geeks to rally. It's about we're people. We are people, but so is everybody else. If they feel that the Sunday Times supposed to reflect the interest of the public, don't care about a massive community, other people will say, that's not right, you're not right doing that.
Don't care about at least 40,000 people, because let's just go, I mean, Rage, Comic-Con, all of those conventions are having, that is roughly the region, that is roughly the amount of the number of people who are attending. Is it roughly in the region of 40,000 people? You don't care what 40,000 people think.
Here's the thing, even if it was, you know what, let's say that in an article, what they did, they insulted human beings.
Yes, yes.
That's it. Is that not something that is relevant to everybody?
Yeah.
And not insulted, they publicly humiliated people on a national level.
Yeah.
That is insane. To then have no response as a public service.
And so part, and something else that we were talking about yesterday was the fact that if we had to look at it in terms of a fandom, if someone was commenting about the drunk rugby guy, drunk rugby fan vomiting behind the stands, everyone would have been all these sweaty guys at the rugby, people would have been like, oh, how can you be so disparaging? It's like, the rugby fans. I'm like, but this is exactly the same thing. It really is exactly the same thing. And a fandom is a fandom. It doesn't matter if that fandom is cosplay or video games or rugby or TV shows, whatever it is. It can be a more mainstream fandom, like a sport, but it doesn't make it any more or less valid than the other.
This was a bigot. That's what you did. That's what happened there. Again, I'm sure you've used this example before. So we go to a soccer match, and people are going crazy, but it's electrifying.
Yes.
The ambience is electrifying, because it is. I mean, I get goosebumps just thinking about going to a soccer match and watching some good, some good rugby, some good soccer. But when we have big stars or our local stars, our comic book artists, they come on stage.
Because they're competitions that are on stage and people are cheering for them.
Electric too.
It is.
We have a
because it is about the attitude and the energy that is in the room, and that kind of transfers from person to person. Like, people get excited about things, and so they want you to get excited about those things as well. And I don't really see the problem with that.
Let's put it at a much lower level. So we compartmentalize it to the lowest kind of building block. We go on Facebook, and someone on Facebook posts a picture that is offensive to someone else, so they slut shame somebody. Are you not going to call them out? Is someone not going to call them out? You understand?
Absolutely.
But just because it's some rando or some troll that isn't quote unquote accessible, they're accessible and you're inaccessible, quote unquote. You're going to take your phone. You're going to quickly just call them out.
Yeah.
In fact, if they had to do it publicly here, so between the three of us now, so now I must say something about that person over there. Would you not come up and just fist me one in the face? Yes. I mean, if that was your personality.
Yes. And say exactly, like that was completely uncalled for.
Yeah. So we look at it. Why is it any different? I don't know if I'm contributing here. They're kind of helping.
I think I now have permission to punch somebody. I think that's what you just told me, Chris.
Responsible media,
But
Chris.
the truth, no, I'm not saying, I'm saying to you, response is about, I mean, I will say, I'll play devil's advocate, we all complain, we do, like you say.
Absolutely.
We all have something to say. We are living in an overly sensitive society where we should be more progressive, but the irony is all that we all know, right?
We should be more progressive, and yet we have so much access to social media, which we can say what we like, and it's immediate, and we can do whatever we want.
Busy
but
in our
I think it's also about policing your own emotions and your own responses to things. That is part of being assimilated into human society.
Absolutely.
Is that you can't actually just go and say whatever you want to people, or punch people in the face, or whatever. You actually do need to go.
Y'all can go to jail.
Well, and also will that hurt someone's feelings? And I think that we sometimes kind of go and we forget that that there are people on the other end. And I'm like, well, why would you? I don't understand. Would you just go up to some random person and be like, you're fat, and I don't like the way you're dressed, and why are you vomiting over there?
And you really should not be wearing that costume.
Exactly. On the right kind of girl, it's very sexy. But are you the right kind of girl?
If I'm the right kind of girl.
I wonder too, Les. Are you the right kind of girl?
Well, leave the mystery. You must have a sense of mystery. Do not answer that.
Sorry, I'm a little emotional now. One of the things about the article was at the very least tone deaf.
Yeah.
I tried to be I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to try and get a bit more explanation. Some, like yourself, have been a bit more vocal. No, this was a deliberate act. Shows like The Big Bang Theory. While I was initially really excited about it, after a season or two, I realized this is just mocking my culture. It is putting my culture on display to make cheap jokes. So the normalization of the parody of geek culture, what can we do to help fix that?
So I have a comment on that.
Sure.
So do I actually, yeah. Okay.
So the one thing is, I see The Big Bang Theory in a different way. I actually quite enjoy it.
Sure.
That does not, to me, I don't feel that makes me any less of a geek, that like I do actually quite like The Big Bang Theory. What I take from it is that like we can laugh at ourselves as well. And sometimes it is about that. It's about being able to laugh at our own flaws and whatever.
Sure.
The other side of that, and I read a really interesting article on this. This was a few years ago, but I think that it kind of came out around the whole like Me Too and the Gamergate and the fake geek girl, that whole sort of era. So anywhere from like sort of 5 to sort of 2 years ago, that time period. And it was very specific to if and The Big Bang Theory is a part of this, and like Revenge of the Nerds is also a part of this.
Yeah.
So like,
I'm shocked by that movie now.
when you look back, you're like, oh my goodness! Like, but the idea that like, if like the nice guy geek is just persistent enough, eventually the pretty girl will be like, oh yes, So it does, from a media perspective, and I think from an entertainment and a pop culture perspective, it sets up a false expectation. And so that was the discussion around the article. Yeah. Whether we agree with it or disagree with it, I think is an entirely separate thing that will be another panel one day.
Next rage.
But the fact is that it sets up an expectation. And as a culture, as a popular culture, and as people who perhaps are not part of the sort of the culture on a day-to-day, that is what they are taking away. So whether or not you do enjoy The Big Bang Theory, as I said, I think is kind of irrelevant in a lot of ways, because I consider myself a geek. I still quite like The Big Bang Theory, but I mean it's obviously about the intent. Yes.
Yeah, it's a sitcom which means it's meant to be funny, and it's like, for example, watching The Simpsons and saying we're making fun of the most common American family.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? But
that like middle America,
where you're
working
kind of lost.
class.
Good point.
And I hear where you see it's about perception as well at the end of the day, and there was a really nice example about just on how I've been a geek whether I've known it or not all my life. So I'm not trying to be like rah rah, I'm flying a geek flag, but we did a whole thing a couple of weeks ago about inclusivity, about LGBT characters within the comic universe, and one of the artists, Justin Render, Justin Render, right? Okay, he actually mentioned something very cool that I didn't even click. He was like, look, listen, when you look at Batman, he uses his smarts. Do you know what I'm saying to like figure out
and
stuff?
And his money. Just going to say that.
But
smarts and money.
But he's successful because he works hard. You understand what I'm saying to you? So he's got a lot of companies that he runs on an ongoing basis, or he might have a lot of people that he manages. He says Clark Kent is a professional journalist. We look at, let's say, he says, look at a lot of superheroes, and you'll actually see that they are, never mind about the superhero part, as people, they are hard workers. They are people that are, passionate about their trade. Yeah. And it was like, I mentioned this only because I didn't click that,
I think that often when you kind of look back at characters, I mean, any like characters from like Superman to Batman, the sort of like ones that everyone has grown up with and knows, to sort of more contemporary characters like, even in TV shows like The Big Bang Theory, so I might as well keep with that theme, that it is often about they draw inspiration from certain things, and people only often in retrospect kind of
see it,
yeah, exactly, like look back and go like, okay, cool, like this is actually what was meant by it.
Sure. So, but you know what? Why I mention it, it's kind of like just to revert right back into this whole thing. It says is that we also can slate the guy in the Sunday Times, and it's but if this was a good perceptive change, and I wasn't, let's say, being harmful in any way by not understanding that point of view, but it was a nice way of just being like more enlightened and more informed. It was such a cool thing that he pointed out, and he went on and on. It was so cool. But that's the whole thing. I mean, are we not curious by nature as human beings? Okay? And again, we're talking about pop culture. Pop culture is an extension of human nature.
Absolutely.
That's what a human life is. It's the biggest extension, in fact, of who we are, pop culture. And so, and in that is inferred that it's curiosity because you learn, you be, you connect. You, again, I'm going to say you are, you be, you belong. You belong. Be belong, right? And that's what I'm saying to you with all this type of, when we talk about diversity and understanding and all that, just try and be a little bit more human, man. Kind of just try and find a little bit more, because otherwise you're kind of boring, really one-dimensional. In fact, you're going into whatever universe is the multiverse of one-dimensional. You're going backward from that. Like you're just a line of something.
And you're asking for a punch in the face.
A punch in the face.
I feel like there's a very nice, succinct wrap up on that. It was amazing. Cool. Thank you. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today. And we hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Tomorrow we will be talking to Sam Wright, aka Tech Girl, about her experience hosting the Overwatch League. We talk more esports with Bravado and discuss Project Destiny, and we find out more about Table Realms and the exciting projects that they're working on. Make sure you tune in tomorrow on youtube.com/glitchedafrica, and of course you can come past our stand on the Rage floor. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, all the things at Glitched Africa. I'm Pippa Chabalala. Thanks so much for joining us. We will see you tomorrow. Check out this clip of all the highlights and awesome things that we did on Rage Day 2.
And our experience at Rage has been fantastic. People are awesome.
All the cosplay is awesome. Everyone's dressed up really cool this year. Lots of effort.
Fantastic experience and a lot of fun.
Thank you, Rage.
Thanks, Rage.